This is the kind of bridges along the way. So we are trying to make our way. We are trying to make our way here. This is the kind of bridges we are seeing along the way on our campaign tour here. This is how dangerous this place it is.
We also understand that in district number 9, there are about five polling places where there's no observer there for your team.
District number what?
District number 9.
Really?
Yeah, there are reports coming from there that you don't have many observers there. Has that report reached you?
I guess I heard about one.
Okay.
In Young, and I asked the coordinator to take care. What has happened is that we didn't have a lot of observer tags.
Okay.
And we wrote the NEC about that, but they said that was what was allotted to us. So we did make some photocopies.
Okay.
And at some of the polling places, they refused our observers to enter the photocopy of the tag. So that's something we are aware of.
Okay.
Right. The Supreme Court will be given the responding to the bit of information filed by the minority bloc, particularly March 14th. And also, prior to them making a response, former President Salifa also being very, very vocal. Right. The Supreme Court will be given the responding to the bit of information filed by the minority bloc, particularly March 14th. And also, prior to them making a response, former President Salifa also being very, very vocal about what's happening. And the president met, I think, Richard Cohen and the both blocks separate one the other. So, and cautioning that it should end this thing by March 15 over the case. But the Supreme Court rules, they come up on March 15 and says that whatever was done by the majority bloc was illegal, and that who is not recognized as speaker. What would be the position of the executive branch?
The court is the final arbiter of our law. When the court speaks, that's it. When the court speaks, the court come by and say, "Look, this is it," and the other president of the country must follow because that's the final arbiter of law.
Joe Rastafari, King Selassie, big up, Mr. Liar Man.
Invest in the sector. All of you people, let's go back to the ground.
Are you making farm yourself?
Me?
Yeah.
You know, I've been making farm since.
Where is it?
I got a farm in Sano. You know, Bowie give me 500 acres. I harvest every year, and my people there are telling to feed themselves.
No secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political Benin in it now?
Oh, but political you're political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay.
Fifth times fifth. We know how many that is, but let me ask you this.
Magic hand. To
To even make it worse, I who the lawmaker, the first citizen of this place, guaranteed by the Constitution, I don't know nothing about your concession. For me, I'm not against investment for our people. I'm concerned about a few things. Number one, what agreement gave you the right?
There's an ongoing process in Accra. I'm hoping that after I leave, it can come to Liberia. If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The national anthem.
And I want to thank President Bush, even though we have had some disagreements, and I think I'm entitled to my opinion just as he is entitled to his. But I believe that he's a Christian, and I know he has a good heart, even though he's been misled with lies, disinformation. But I know that God will reveal the truth to him. I have nothing against him. I believe he's made decisions based on the lies that has reached him. But the Republic of Liberia will survive. And I know he means well. And I urge him to do everything to help ECOWAS in this country to move forward.
Let me tell you something. Speaker Tokofa told us that he will not step down. And he promised us that when he step down, what we want to do. Speaker Tokofa resign, I will kill him. I will look, they are making a threat. You think I will be beyond Somali free? When you want to step down, let me tell me, let me go take money, let me and my family enjoy ourselves.
Join the legal team for Kofa because you're representing him there at the police station.
That's a damn lie. I was not representing him. I was representing him, the rule of law. And that's why I don't have your girls interview me. Because you read, you learn, and you listen, you talk. They say, you say, I say, and I in the say.
But it's a thing we want to continue. Kofa is in it.
Please, if you got some kind of thing against or for Kofa, leave me, or not for me more, you go here, Titi Gabele.
I'm going to call you, finish, and
I got good news for you. Do you know that Myean in the United States of America she'll be having her hard table Doma Festival in Maryland and USA? And she said, everybody that going to that Doma Festival there, they will carry small thing for school for children. Like book bag, shoes, children clothes, life jacket, and all those kind of things. They will carry there, and she will bring it in Liberia so she can share it with the children in Grand Basso, Little Basso.
I answer a question quickly. School then you put life jacket to it.
The reason why they put in life jacket inside, she'll be bringing life jacket to share because the children in Little Basso, when they go to school, they got to get on kino to cross the water. That's what she want to get so they can be safe.
I know that when the children want that when the children they get crossing the kino to go where the big kino to go.
And the time will be August 9 in the United States of America. So it will not be easy. And at the 5th year celebration, she been having celebration, but they want it will be special. So everybody that going there will carry something. Yeah.
That my brother want to tell you say I can be praying for him inside the chair there.
I know, but I know now.
So that the cheese I can get you. I go real.
I don't thank you very much.
Okay.
People now.
So my people that are there, your year people that are going for the Doma Festival in Maryland, in America, you please carry something for the children of Little Basso. It's not easy.
Yeah. Thank you, Myean, for my children in Little Basso. Yeah.
Reconciliation is an ongoing process, and in an effort to build on what you have started, I hereby propose the establishment of a standing national commission on reconciliation. This body, non-partisan or non-partisan, and inclusive, would be tasked with contributing to the work of national healing from county to county, from village to village, from town to town, talking about historical truth-telling, civic education, and programs that promote social cohesion. Anti-corruption and governance. Just yesterday, the signing MOU between the Financial Intelligence Agency and the Anti-Corruption Commission is an indication that you are taking the fight against our #1 enemy, corruption, seriously. On infrastructure development, driving from Monrovia to Zwedru, I have witnessed firsthand a renewed momentum in road rehabilitation, reminding us that inclusion must begin with access. Liberia cannot move forward if our loyalties lies in self-interest, tribalism, or party politics. We must put country first, above personalities, above politics, above profit. Putting Liberia first means telling the truth, even when it is uncomfortable. It means rejecting corruption, no matter who benefits. It means, Mr. President, demanding results of those who you have put in position of trust. And it means recognizing that the destiny of this country lies not in the hand of a few, but in the hands of all of us.
Respect the men.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to challenge a woman for Islam for respect the husband. If you respect the men,
Yeah.
you're not supposed to challenge that one day. Even a small brother for us, you're not supposed to challenge that one day. For Quran,
yeah.
if you read for Quran, the Muslim religion for 30
I will look
people,
for that surah.
you're not
Yeah.
supposed, inside the surah, you're not supposed to challenge the men that one day. Speaking that one, small that one, you're not supposed to do that one day. For then for challenge the police officer for taking the bench, for knocking for her, for taking my grandpa soup.
Wow.
Now $10 I gave for Nene Binta for cooking the grandpa soup.
$10 US for 3 days?
For 2 days that one.
That 2 days grandpa soup.
For taking my grandpa soup, for taking the bench for knock for the police people them here, for taking my grandpa soup for visit that one day, Nene Binta for wrong that one day. You're not supposed to do that one for the police people there.
So you punish her?
Now you make no one for talk to Nene, I call Nene Binta people them for Bamako, I said embarrassment for do for me for country. Embarrassment for do for me.
Embarrassed.
Very much, my brother. Let me tell you that one day. Because, good example for me now, it comes to make for power, tell people them, all the Liberia people them here for look for power, for problem for me now.
Wow.
Nene Binta for wrong that one day. You wrong the police officer for that one day. Police people them for Liberia, every time police people them for tell the way for the country, you see police na frontation for we the Liberian people them. Now, friend for we.
Yeah, the police.
Because for them, for protection, life, for property for the country.
Yeah. Liberian police, they're the best. You like them or not, but they are soft and.
So, Nene Binta not supposed to do that one day.
Let me tell you something. Because when Papa told us that he will not step down, and he promised us that when we step down, what we want to do. Because Papa resign, I will kill him. I will look. They are making a threat. You think I will be behind somebody free? When you want to step down, let me tell me, let me go take money, let me and my family enjoy ourselves.
Yo, we are not hesitate. Yeah. Yo, we are not hesitate. Yeah. Yo, we are not hesitate. Yeah. Yo, we are not hesitate. Yeah.
The powerful, the all-time powerful traditional leader, Chief Zanzan Kao. Maya, are you there? Good evening, a wonderful good evening and good afternoon to you. Also, are you following the closing argument? We're here this evening to bring to you the July 29th edition of the closing argument. There are a lot of things on our plate while we await the arrival of other panelists. We will soon come home to give you the flow of activity as to what's going to be on the major talking point this evening. On the closing argument, we are waiting to Myean to come on, or whosoever is going to come and give us the headline story in Liberia today. Not only is going to be the capital Monrovia, we're talking both across the 15 political subdivision of the country. So the intent is to capture that, but a lot of development being unfolding. But before we can jump into it, Myean, a wonderful good evening to you. What is the word in Monrovia and Liberia today? I'm told ever since the very euphoric celebration of this just past July 26th, there been some very beautiful weather there in Monrovia and in the environment, and in the other part of the country, both the north, the southeast, and other part. So, what's the weather today from your perspective?
Okay, so I'd just like to say thank you and thanks to all of our viewers and followers for coming on tonight. So since the 26th day, where we celebrated Liberia 108th Independence Day, from that day up to present, we have not experienced anything like rain or bad weather. So observing the weather everything is good. Where all over, I've not called anyone from any part of the counties to say they are experiencing rain, but rather everyone will say like since the 26th day up to present, we are experiencing sunshine. So this year, 26 brought a lot for Liberian because to see 26th day no rainfall, 27th to 28th, and then no rainfall, and today is the 29th. And then we are not seeing the rain. So it seems to be like we are getting another year where Liberia is going to be okay for Liberia. That's what we pray for as Liberians, because we will not pray for bad things for our country. We always pray for good things, no matter your status, no matter your political affiliation, but rather we pray for good things for our country. So we just have to tell God thank you, and then we Liberia all the best.
Yeah, and again, it probably is in the direction of the president call for fast and prayer coming. But let me say this quickly. Normally, after the July 26th, immediately after the 26th in Liberia, we always got good weather. There's going to be sunny days coming up and other things. And I think we're going to start seeing a lot of rain again, and probably the first week, around the end of the first week in August, going about. We do have this, I don't know if some of those superstitious thinking that the 7 days rain August. I don't know if we're going to see that, but yeah, there's something very, very serious downpour of rain during July, late June, July, and then the end of July it was cease. It will subside a little bit and then intensify into August. But yes, do you care to tell us? I do know there's a lot of firing hell on today. There's some good news coming out of the LPLC. So almost 40 years ago, since government stopped importing petroleum product in the country, this is the first time under the administration of Amos Twe, and I'm told the president inaugurated this milestone decision today. Can you, by other means, tell us some basic headline in the country before we can set the stage to begin the program, probably in the next 5 minutes?
Okay, yeah. So let me run through the headline. Also send this so you can just think of it, and when I finish, so you can have more access on it. So for today's headline, we have bulk of here from Liberia, where we saw on yesterday the president posted from the can mention that Wednesday, which is tomorrow, July 30th, will be declared as National Day of Prayer to observe as a public holiday. But people are giving their own view on it. Some Liberians are saying whether some students who are going to school, whether they will still go to school, or this holiday is only meant for working people, or just for ordinary people to just sit and then pray. Others are saying this holiday is meant for people to stay home entire where you are working or you are not working, just to stay home and observe this day. But people are giving their own view on it, how they think about it. Because when the president put out this statement, they did not make it clear out to the public to know whether this is for working people or it is for students or whatever. It's not make the executive man did not make it clear out to the public to know what exactly they are talking about. Even some of the students were arguing in some chat room where they are going to school tomorrow, and then some schools said they will wait until tomorrow at certain time before they can come out to say whether they're not coming to school or not. So with that, and we also saw yesterday night the former immigration boss, Director General, where we heard from him. He made a statement saying that since he was suspended, have not received any call from the government, like to send you a text or even to check on you or what exactly happened since his suspension. You have not getting information from them. So on what ground they are doing it, even made a statement from the Minister of State, Sylvester Pewee, and Samuel Kofu. He made like is an allegation that we have so many views coming from the Liberian people where people say that the presidential office have been hijacked by Kofi Woods, Eleze, and Sylvester Pewee. So as a result of that, any suspension that is being put out to the public is from Kofi Woods and that of Sylvester Pewee. So the Liberian people are expressing based, even the United Parties, some of them are expressing based view on that. Because you cannot suspend someone and then at the end you cannot reach out to the person. Why you suspended the person for the person to be able to go through investigation? And if the person is wrong, you will be able to come up with the final decision. If the person is to be prosecuted or whatever, then you can be able to tell the Liberian people. But you cannot suspend someone and then the person is just there for time definitely. At the end, you cannot hear any result. You cannot see anything from the executive marshal or any of the platform that will be able to give the Liberian people update, because the people will be looking out to you to know what's the outcome of that suspension or to know what's the outcome of that event. But rather you cannot give it to them, but rather to just keep it. And certain time we don't hear anything about it again in public. The media are not following these cases to know what's exactly. That people who are suspended, some of them will come outside to tell the public what's going on. Because if people be thinking like, oh, he's going through investigation. So, Mr. Pewee, you want to come in? You want to come in? Oh, okay.
Welcome, young man.
Yeah, I'm going through the headline, so I can go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So today we also saw from ECOWAS where ECOWAS approved a new humanitarian initiative to Liberia, most especially the making it the second chance for ECOWAS. According to ECOWAS, the project they are starting, it is the second project they are funded for Liberia that they expect to address local needs of Liberians. Some of the local people, the project that they have started is for the local people, those people who are below the land, like our marketeers, our motorcyclists, our young boys. They are the people who they have built this project for. They have funded this project for so that they'll be able to help them. Because nowadays we see like really the government is not looking down to the poor people, but rather just the people who are in the government. They are those people. are the one, Mr. Kimmy, can just do okay. So they are the one who are enjoying. So as a result of that, we saw today the ECOWAS approved a new humanitarian initiative for Liberians, most especially young people. So today, one of the issue that people said the president wanted so that the public attention can be to be drawn there, and then he cannot, Liberian people cannot face on his anniversary today. That's why spark up the LPRC, but also to be for Liberia. Like last year October, where the president launched that project, and then coming back at this time, which is today, this year 2025, looking at today, to go back and then to view the project. According to the managing director, when interviewing, I was on the ground. He said that after many years coming back, the project has reached to like 85%. That's why the president came to visit the project to know what's exactly happening. So today we also saw the laboratory where they have it within the to test some equipment, test some items coming from out of the country to come in the country to test it before giving it out to the public. Because that's the place that it should come from before getting into the public. Where you cannot bring any goods out of the country that the people cannot be able to test, and then you just bring it into the country. So as a result of that, so many things will come into the country that is not important or it's not harmful. Helpful for the Liberian people. So as a result of that, it will affect them, and so they build a laboratory area so that they be able to help the people to test every material or whatever that will come within the country. Then we come out to the same issue about the same events there where people are expressing mixed view and so many things on it. So Mr. Gamer, I would just like to stop there, and then Mr. Pewee, I would just like to stop there. You can continue.
Great. Ladies and gentlemen, we got the great minds here. We got Mr. Pewee, the Dean of the Cabinet. But today, for the first hour, we're going to have the young man by the name of Cyrus Julius Jones. He wrote an article about when religion or religiosity overrides justice, the danger of the precedent set by the IG. And he listed, and it reads, Gregory Comer, as Inspector General of the Republic of Liberia National Police, has demonstrated glaring weakness in leadership by allowing sentiment, partiality, and religious appeasement to overshadow the impartial administration of justice by hastily apologizing to the protesting Muslim women without first concluding an impartial investigation into the matter. He undermined the credibility of the police force, distorted the legal narrative, and emboldened lawlessness. In this specific situation, the facts are clear, and he states, the Muslim lady was allegedly involved in power theft, a criminal offense under our law. When approached for questioning, she resisted arrest and even committed an assault on law enforcement officers by pouring hot water on him, a direct violation of our penal code, assault on police officers. The police used reasonable force to restrain her, in my estimation, and in the process, her hijab was inadvertently removed, an incidental and unavoidable outcome in an arrest when it comes to resisting arrest and restraint. Rather than upholding the integrity of the law and defending his officers who acted within the bounds of professional conduct, the IG swiftly issued an apology to a religious protester, thereby compromising the neutrality of the police force. This hasty apology was not an act of diplomacy. It was a capitulation to religious pressures, which effectively prejudiced the ongoing investigation and signaled that religious sentiment can override legal accountability in the law of Liberia. Crimes and violations committed by IG Gregory include the following: under the Liberian law, particularly the 1986 Constitution and the Penal Code, his action amount to the following: obstructions of justice, Penal Code, Chapter 12.44, by publicly apologizing in a manner that suggests police wrongdoing before any legal finding. He compromised the objectivity of the investigation and obstructed the lawful pursuit of justice against the suspect who assaulted the police officers. Abuse of office, Penal Law, Chapter 12.51. The Inspector General misused his authority by prioritizing religious appeasement over lawful procedure, thereby betraying the public trust vested in his office. Dereliction of duty. His duty is to defend lawful police action when they are within legal boundaries. By apologizing prematurely, he failed to protect his officers from undue public backlash and neglected the institutional duty of impartiality. Violation of Equal Protection Clause, Article 11C of the Constitution. By granting preferential treatment based on religion, he indirectly discriminated against other citizens, suggesting that if the Muslim community holds special privileges in the eyes of the police hierarchy. Encouragement of impunity. His actions set a dangerous precedent that citizens can attack law enforcement officers, resist arrest, and later hide behind religious sentiment to escape accountability. The broader implication, he said, Gregory Coleman's conduct diminishes public confidence in Liberian police, paints the institution as a political and religious fallible, and weakness to enforce or the enforcement of the rule of law. It also violated the principles of the separation of state and of the state secularism, as enshrined in Article 14 of our state constitution, which prohibit the fusion of religion with state affairs. In essence, this is not merely a case of weak leadership. It is a dereliction of constitutional duty that risks fragmenting the nation along religious lines and emboldening future acts of resistance against lawful officers and law and order. This young man has written a piece. He will be on in 4 minutes, and we will discuss this. Pewee, you are the dean of our cabinet here. This is a scathing writing by a young professional.
I do agree with his analysis on a serious note. That's why I thought where he was coming with asking, but the fact that you read
he's coming.
Yeah, but I do agree with the analysis. One thing we have to be a little bit mindful as to not politicizing religious matters in the country. It's a very, very delicate issue. And for the police chief of our country himself to get involved into that, it did not only prove his level of incompetence, but I would say to you that because, no, come on, where want to hell you as a police chief would just come. We do have the professional standard division of the Liberia National Police. The first, a very good and balanced police chief, someone that is competent and qualified to handle that job, will first and foremost refer the matter. And that's why, and I recall most of the time Patrick Sulu was the police chief. I mean, he's not the kind of a talking person, but he was a hands-on and a very good administrator. On a serious note, Guar come up behave as though he's the only intellectual that ever headed the police, but he's the messy one we have that ever headed the Liberia National Police. In terms of the last time he went on to push on the arrest of this motorcyclist, and then there was nothing left to say but navigational error. Come on, what the hell? What are you navigating for? You say navigation of this, navigation of that. The last time, the recent one again, we do have, there's a serious kind of a regimentation the power security forces we have to, even the military we have to go through. And you have to set the standard and then all of the measures that they have to, the standard operating procedure. where you have the what I refer to as the professional standard division of the Liberian National Police. You didn't allow the professional standards to come out and push in a statement, but you came out and arbitrarily concluded that this police officer was in the wrong. Listen, I just listened to a clip. I don't know it's coming from the husband of this lady or whosoever. That's a fuller guy. He's speaking some broken English there, but he's saying Islam. He's naming the Shura in Islam to do that. It's a blatant disrespect to the Quran also as to the attitude of this lady. So to come out and just conclude quickly that this police officer is in the wrong and you apologize because you saw a group of ladies expressing their own disenchantment about this matter. I mean, it just proves the immaturity and the incompetence of a police chief that we have in the country today. It's quite unfortunate. I'm very disappointed in what I heard at the time, right? We don't allow sentiment to move the country through. That police officer was just implementing his basic police regimentation and the rule of engagement. The woman was the aggressor. He did not attack, she attacked first. We have to be very clear and remove this sentiment here. The last time there was a lady that was brutally hit by the police, bleeding all over the place. Gregory Coleman did not. And that woman may be maybe a Lutheran or a Baptist or a Methodist woman. But no one came out in the street to demonstrate. No. And he didn't come out to say the police were wrong in handling her. So I think we have just let the topic to go on because we have other things to go. We'll finish with this and we'll move on that. But it's seriously quite unfortunate. And I do 100% agree with this young man article. I mean, the article will never have been timely. And I mean, it's just to the point on the most serious note.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Share this show. Share this show. We have, this gone weekend, the whole world saw Liberians all over the diaspora celebrating July 26th. But what happened there was that July 26th was not ushered in by some established group. It was the young people that got together and decided on their own that either their parents or their grandparents that are in this country are being attacked by the present administration against immigrants. So the combination of all of those things brought this huge, mammoth celebration around the world. What I'm saying here is it is time for us to hear from the young people. And this young man wrote this piece. This is not from Front Page Africa. This is not from the Liberia Investigator. This is not from the Daily Observer. This is from an individual, a young man. Let me welcome Mr. Cyrus Jones. Mr. Jones, how you doing there, sir?
Oh, I'm fine. Thank you so much. It's a privilege to be on this show tonight to enlighten the peaceful citizens of Liberia, home and abroad, and those around the world who are watching this show tonight. It's a privilege to be here. Thank you very much for bringing me on to the show.
Thank you. Who is Cyrus Jones? A little background of yourself.
Thank you. Well, my name is Cyrus Jones. I'm a Liberian. I hail from Grand Bassa County. I'm a son of a farmer. I went to school in Grand Bassa. Later, I migrated to Monrovia to acquire college education. By the special grace of God, I acquired that. And I am a humanitarian, an activist, and a certified management professional communication specialist. More besides, I am a legal enthusiast. Though I'm not practicing law, so we are referred to as legal scholars. I am the executive director of the Elite Realtor Association of Liberia, and we are wholeheartedly involved into humanitarian activities in Liberia. And for the legal process of proceeding in Liberia, I have an extensive knowledge, high understanding of the legal proceedings in Liberia because I obtained a degree in criminal justice, though I'm not practicing law in Liberia. So this is Cyrus Jones. I'm the son of a farmer, hail from Grand Bassa County. Thank you very much.
Great. Your Bassa people, you let law business everywhere. You let law business. All Bassa people, they either preachers or they're lawyers. But great young man, it is an honor to have you here. The next generation of Liberians, your generation, you are actually taking the bull by the horn. You are getting involved. You are writing, and you are an excellent writer. Your voices are being heard around the world, and you guys need to continue. But let's talk about your piece here, written a while ago, and the title caught my attention. It says, "When religion overrides justice, the dangerous precedent set by RSP Gregory Coleman." How did you come up with that title, and why?
You see, Honor, the legal proceeding in Liberia and the Inspector General of the Liberia National Police, Mr. Gregory Coleman, being the head of that institution, he is obligated to perform in the confines of the law. My article came about when I watched a clip that involved a Muslim lady and officers of the Liberia National Police. In that video, there were a few things that we analyzed when we watched the video over and over again. We analyzed a few things in that video, and looking at those things and compared to that of the legal aspect, there were a whole lot of, violations of some of the provisions of the Constitution. So when I look at that, went to the Constitution, who understands legal proceeding, that's how I came about with the readout, to have the public informed about the missteps of the current RG. And these are things we're going to discuss tonight. And everything I say here tonight is being backed by legal basis. Every article, check the Constitution for verification, you will see them there. So I'm here specifically to have the public informed about those missteps and unprecedented violation of the Constitution of Liberia by the current RG. But first, let me just start with the facts that we gathered from the clip. Now, the Constitution of Liberia, the 1986 Constitution of Liberia, is the organic law of the land. Everyone that is found within the territorial confines of Liberia must act within the confines of the law. An attempt to go outside the law is a clear violation of the law. Now, there are two things we are going to look at critically here. And there are two individuals that are involved. First, let me start with the lady. In that video, the lady is being alleged of power theft. And power theft under our law is a criminal offense. Now, the police officer in that video, when you watch the video, the police officer went to effect an arrest. It could be an arrest. It could be an invitation. It could be maybe questioning or whatever. What she did was she resisted the arrest. The Muslim lady resisted the arrest, having a kind of emotional conversation with the law enforcement officer. More besides, to make it worse, she assaulted the officers in that video. Now, I just want to make a summary before going into detail. When she assaulted the officer used on a law called reasonable force. The reasonable force was used to restrain the emotion or the actions of the alleged the lady who was involved in the power theft, allegedly. So this is the issue. When she assaulted the police officer, the law enforcement officer, more besides, is a crime. In that assault, there are other provisions of the Constitution that she violated. And we spell it out, and people will get to know these things. The next thing we capture in that video is one of the officers sustained injury. We got a photo, we put it up. One of the officers sustained injury. When you check the head of the officer, You got a bruise, a cut, a burst on your head. That is a crime of our law. Aggravated assault is a crime of our law. The next thing is, in the process of the law enforcement officer trying to restrain the actions of a lady, it was her hijab. It was removed inadvertently. It was not intentional, because you should expect such thing, because it's very unavoidable in the process. So that removing the hijab, it was not something that was intentional. For what we analyzed is it was done inadvertently. So the police used reasonable force. It was not excessive force. There are two things under the law. We got reasonable force, we have excessive force. So the police in that process used reasonable force. Why did they use a reasonable force? To call this woman action to attention so that she can go through the due process. Now, let me start with a little on few things that took place. If you read the Penal Law of Liberia, subchapter B, section 14.51, it talks about assault on law enforcement officer. When a law enforcement officer try to effect an arrest, or maybe went to your house, there's an allegation, the police went to your house and invited you to the police station, or maybe the court order your arrest, the first thing you do, you have a right to remain silent, contact your lawyer. Whoever lawyer, if you don't have a lawyer, they still will provide one for you, and you go to the court or the police station, wherever you are called, to be able to answer questions and exonerate yourself. But an attempt to assault or resist, once you try to resist the rule of law, resist arrest, is an affront to the Constitution of Liberia. That's what she did. The next thing she did was she obstructed justice. And once you obstruct justice, it's a clear violation of the provision of our Constitution. If you read the penal law, it's a third degree felony, section subchapter C, section 12.41. So this lady, in the process of arresting this lady, she violated two provisions of our law. That's a crime already. The third thing this lady did was, when the police went to her, trying to talk to her to make it very simple for her to follow them, she assaulted them, and one of the police officers got injured. It's another crime again on our law. She assaulted a law enforcement officer, and he sustained bodily harm. That's an aggravated assault. So there were three crimes committed. When you watch the clip, there were three crimes committed by the lady. This is where our dissatisfaction came from. The IG, Honorable Garguah, who is the head of the Liberia National Police, he had desecrated that office. He had brought complete embarrassment to the Liberia National Police. He had exposed the Liberia National Police to threat, not just Liberia National Police, but any law enforcement officer who will go and effect arrest. Mind you, what he did by apologizing to the Muslim protesters who were in solidarity with the Muslim leader that assaulted the police, that apology alone contravened about 15 provisions of our Constitution, and I will go into that. Now, you as the IG, the first thing, the office of the IG is very, very important. It carries a whole lot of responsibilities. More besides, the IG is under obligation to protect the sanctity of that office. But he disregarded or he allowed religious appeasement to override justice. That is an affront to the office. It's an affront to the trust that we confer in him. He has eroded the confidence of the Liberian people. A man we entrusted with such position allow external pressure to disregard the rule of law in the country. It means that we are bound to chaos. It means that we are set into a serious, unspecified situation that will take place in the country. Mind you, when the Holocaust took place in the Methodist Church, quote unquote, I don't want to bring the Methodist Church in regarding some level of gay, ram, what have you. one of the clergymen, he was handcuffed by the police. He was placed behind bar. Why didn't the police accept that as they may be a clergyman from a Christian background, but then he was handcuffed and placed behind bar? Now, so this lady in the police urged premature apology to the Muslim protesters that, and the fact that he removed the hijab from the woman's head, he has violated the norms of the Muslim. That is unacceptable. There is no law in this country that is above the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia. So the police urge you to sit and use megaphone in the public and disregard the rule of law in the country and apologize for religious appeasement. And me, I can't conflict with the law. This man have violated 15 provisions of our law. I'm going to spell them as I said.
Good.
And we will tell you that, and we are resolved on this matter. And after the show, before the show comes to an end, we also announce that the police ID will have to resign with immediate effect or be dismissed, or else will take unspecified constructive legal actions against the police IG. This is very serious because we cannot live in a country where the rule of law is being undermined, the rule of law is being compromised, the rule of law is weak. It's bad. It's bad for the nation.
Thank you.
It's bad for Liberia.
Let's
such a man
Mr. Jones, 1 minute. You wrote here, and we have been getting a lot of I've been getting a lot in here about the write-up. It's an excellent write-up. It's to the point because you provided instances, you provided facts, and I did my own homework and checked these facts, and they all add up. But let's talk about those who are thinking that you are trying to start a religious war between the Muslims and the Christian. How will you address those people?
Okay, let me say the caveat on to those that are listening, the Christians, the Muslims, the Buddhists, the Jesuits, and other religions. Now, I am not here tonight to spark up any religious war. I'm strictly here on a legal basis. I'm here to establish the violations of the Constitution by the lady and the police IG. I just want to make that clarity.
Thank you. Mr. Pewee, I'm getting, some folks are saying that this young man wants to start a religious war between Islam and Christianity in Liberia. Your take, if you have any question for him.
Basically, I would think that we shouldn't go in that direction.
No, yeah, but this is why people are texting me. People are texting me saying we're trying to start a religious war when, according to him, this is.
But I'm not one person. I'm not one person that will believe that analogy and that thought process. What I thought he's doing is that he's expressing his own opinion and giving his view on what transpired. Unfortunately, that day, betraying this lady that's wearing hijab, and that of this police officer that is performing his statutory responsibility as an officer to maintain peace and security. Remember, the police responsibility is to maintain peace and security, and we all, and that's one of the reasons. Even here, in the U.S., there's this thing to say everybody must follow the law. Everybody must adhere to the law. No one is above the law. And that's one of the reasons why if we are driving or we are confronted by the police, you know how disciplined we are in this place when the cop is behind you, even when the cop just do that. So an attempt to flagrantly disregard the instruction from the police officer itself is a violation, is some part of the penal code of our law. It's obstruction of police issue. It's a very serious thing here in other part of the world. Everywhere in the world, we have to respect the police. So having said that, I hate people, and that's one of the things I said. We have a lot of time, other folks being brutalized by the police. And most of them, if I want to put it, they never want there were no group of people come to say, oh, they're going to protest. Oh, this woman is a Christian who come to protest. Nobody did that. They should stop doing this kind of a thing in the country. If an individual violate or disregard the issue of the law come in between the law and the law is taking a course, we shouldn't bring religious issues to bear. No. They didn't say this yesterday. Why now you want to say against a young man because he wrote an article? I mean, it's wrong. If they were protesting, and I think the sentiment is what we have to remove here. And we allow people to account for what they have done to the people of our country and what they have done to law enforcement. Listen, law enforcement issue is not a small thing. You saw this Islam guy that got killed yesterday by this lunatic, just yesterday here in New York. You saw that, right? So those that are sacrificing their time to take a hot body soup and spill it on a police officer that is just doing his statutory responsibility, it's unfortunate. And you have his boss that is very insensitive to that. The first thing his boss will come and say, I'm sorry, y'all go sit down, nothing, they made wrong. When you have a professional standard, that the first thing any mature, responsible, and competent police chief would have done was to refer the matter to the professional standard division of the Liberia National Police. That will immediately probe into it, but the professional standard division is up to see the performance of police officers if they're being regimented, if they are living in conformity with the regimentation. He didn't do that. Unfortunately, he lambasted and put the police officer under the boss. And that was wrong, and that's what I was saying. So there's no religious crisis here. I don't see one, and I don't think there's any. But those weaklings, those agent provocateurs, are trying to enact some level of religious crisis here. There's nothing here we should even elevate at that level, and that's one of the things I didn't really want to talk about. This one of my own frustrations is with the police chief that didn't understand his own basic responsibility as the head of the Liberia National Police to effectively handle this matter. It was quite unfortunate, but we have a lot of trained folks in the Liberia National Police that will see if this officer breached his role as a police officer aiming discharging. Was his action disproportionate? We have to do the measurement to see if that action was disproportionate. I don't think it was. The action that came against the police officer was even very high. Listen, insecurity issue. We all study those things, and we will say this, but they don't see all with this. No, but it's those kind of lines. What do happen here is that police officer would take insult, not assault. You cannot assault a police officer and he sit down. Why? That threat is a serious threat that could just neutralize the police officer or permanently terminate the police officer. So police officer will never. There's no security officer would take assault. They got that assault may be tantamount to eliminate that officer. That officer will neutralize that assault with immediate effect. And the police officer, I thought he was calm in the way I think the response of the police officer was proportionate to the action that came towards the police officer.
Thank you very much. Let me welcome Dr. Peabody. Doc, how you doing there, Chief?
Good to see you. Good to see everybody, sir. Good to see everybody. Good to see you.
Good. Let me welcome on the legislature now, CMC. Mr. Victor Nangwe, welcome to the show.
Hey, it's good to be here. Hello to you guys. Mr. Jones, welcome also to the set. It's good to be with you. Welcome also to our wonderful audience who keep following us and hopefully are sharing the show. If you haven't done so, please do. But it's good to be here.
Great. And if you are in Liberia, we are in the south here. We are on heat watch. It is hot. So if you are in Liberia, let me go through a few counties and the weather. Lofa, if you're in Lofa, you got a cool 73 degrees, which is cool. In my hometown, Miami, it's 87 degrees and hot. In Grand Bassa County, it's 79 degrees. In Bun County, it's 75 degrees. Bummy, 76. River G, you say, Mr. Namba, you say when I do the weather, I don't say anything. Oh no, that was Pewee. I don't go to the counties that I count the most, but I call Paris and Moscow and so River G 72 degrees, Grand Gita 76 degrees, Bapolo if you way up there, you got a cool 79 degrees. So Dr. Peabody, the young man is saying
muted.
Yes, our constitution, and we should clearly states that we should have a separation of church and state. He is saying that we are violating, especially the IG violated the separation of church and state by prematurely making decisions without regard to the Liberian Constitution. And he stated several of those, including some of the articles, and he is saying the IG was wrong without proper investigation, apologizing, actually throwing his officers under the bus. Your take.
Well, let me begin by saying welcome to you, Miss. What's your name there? I'm trying to
Mr. Jones.
Welcome to you, Mr. Jones. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Let me begin by saying that the Muslims and Christians have a very excellent relationship in Liberia. We have not had any issue with Muslims and Christians going after each other. I know we had an ugly war, but there was trouble. And we have not had any. We have always worked alongside each other. They have the Muslim Council. We have had Chief Kafuma Kane, who was one of the strongest men there, who served on boards along with other Christian leaders. So we have an excellent relationship in Liberia. Our brothers and sisters, we have not had that issue. So I mean, for somebody to take hot pepper soup and waste it on the police, assault the police, and then the next thing people come up and try to make it seem like it's religious or something like that, I think was wrong. And the police has the right to defend itself. She attacked the police. She could have been killed. She could have actually been killed. It was in some other culture. Some other country. Or the police had a gun. They could have shoot her. She would have been shot. And that would be a different story. I think her action of assaulting the police was wrong. And those women who get that's not. It has nothing to do with abuse of women. It has nothing to do with that. I think feminists or womanists have to be very, very careful. If a woman attack a man, one of the things people don't understand that if a woman attack a man, the man has the right to defend himself or call the police. Even in America, if a woman attack a man, even the women are protected, but the man can also call the police, and that woman can be arrested. Okay, so what she did was wrong, and I think the IG was just trying to find a way to calm the situation down, but you don't do that. You rather don't. Going about and say you apologizing for what, and throwing your officer under the bus. You should have been the one to protect the officer. You should have been the one there to really stand in for him and let the public know what the lady did was wrong. And those protesting, they have the right to protest, but you shouldn't have succumb to that kind of indignity. You shouldn't have done that. And I think it was wrong. The women who were on the street and trying to make this thing look like some kind of religious or tribal stuff were wrong, because even her husband have come up to say that her attacking the police or attacking somebody is against their own belief. So I think what he did was wrong. Gregory Coleman need to chill. You don't have to answer for everything. Sometimes you have to go back and meet with your officer and try to ascertain what's going on the ground before you come and make that kind of statement. Yeah.
Mr. Nyenwolo, in this country, you and I have seen the arrest of senators arrest of law enforcement officers. Even they arrest their own. They will arrest senators, lawmakers. It's only in Liberia where we hear they say lawmaker cannot be arrested and all that. But in this country, I have seen the senator from New Jersey, your senator, Menendez, right?
Bob Menendez, yes.
Bob Menendez, senior senator from New Jersey, was arrested and removed.
Yes.
So in this country, I have seen, you saw what happened. Some of the greatest leaders in the church, it doesn't matter in this country. Whatever it is that you do, they say the law is the law, no matter who you are. Now, here we are. This lady is calling on all Islamic women in the streets. They call it Sister Solidarity for being arrested. And instead of us saying the law is the law, it doesn't matter whether you are Methodist or a Catholic, you commit a crime, you will be arrested. This turned out to be them against us, and the IG under pressure had to apologize and basically inadvertently vilifying the victim. The police officer that was assaulted became the victim. And now he was vilified, and the woman who assaulted him now became the victim. Your take on that? And if you had a release, what was CMC's take on that? What did the chair Musa Beledi say about that?
Well, okay, so that's quite a bit. Let me unpack it. First of all, let's talk a little bit about the heat wave that we're going through here on the East Coast. For those of us who may not know, 3 days of 90+ degrees here is considered a heat wave. But the reason I'm coming back to that is over the past few days, there has been extensive reportings by CNN and other outlets that consistent exposure or sustained exposure to excessive heat, 90 degrees and above for about 140 months, can age an adult about 14 years biologically. There is your chronological age and then your biological age. Your tissue, your internal organs, that's your biological age. And I'm saying this because I know that Liberia, we receive a lot of heat. And so, this is backed by science. So I'm just cautioning our people, to be careful with the heat. The studies are coming out now that the heat can have an adverse effect. Continuous exposure to the heat can have an adverse effect on you. On the arrest, yes, Bob Menendez was arrested. If you remember James Trafficking, I think from yes, Chicago,
from
Ohio, right? Another Democrat. So it can happen. But I think the law is that you cannot be arrested when you
not to even cut you, but the great Jimmy Swaggart, the preacher, was arrested.
So for the legislators, especially or government functionaries, when you cannot be arrested for anything you do in the discharge of your duties, even when they're going to work and something happens, once they are attending to their duties, they can be arrested. So I just wanted to make the but yes, indeed, they can be arrested. If you remember, Bob was not arrested while he was at the Capitol building or anything like that. Bob was arrested for taking bribes, for being an undeclared lobbyist for Egypt. But that's another story. Coming back to the CMC has expressed, I think, caution to both sides involved here. Our civilians who are represented by this lady, and of course our law enforcement agencies, everybody, to exercise caution. The law has to be respected, but individual rights also have to be accounted for. And I listened to the young man make his case. I was in the back listening. I listened to input from a Sylvester and Dr. Peabody as well. My take on this is I believe that the IG, I think he meant to kind of temper to you know, the tension, the obvious tension that was, rising as a result of this matter. And I think he was in a hurry to help quell the tension. But I don't know if he took the time to consult, the legal advisor, if they do have one. Maybe I believe a release could have done him better. But an open apology, as Sarah is indicating, I think kind of undermine, kind of I think it kind of sounds like an admission of guilt, which I think has the potential to undermine the case. Uh, yes, I understand. Apologies from especially police and such people is intended really to register transparency, try to build confidence, trust with the affected party, but you also have to take care to protect the interests of your staff, of your undermen, the police force. In Liberia, they have a very difficult job to do as it is. There is a trust and respect deficit with our national police, and so the way he came out, I agree with Brother Jones here. I think it has the potential to undermine, the investigation. Was it because of religious reason? I don't think so. With the hijab, we were here the other day. My friend Fasukela was explaining to us. I think Sylvester indicated also the husband is on tape as well, or somebody indicated that, as indicating that what she did is not supported by the Quran. So I don't think this is about a religious pressure as much as I thought. He was just trying to address the apparent tension that was rising. Remember, there was rock throwing and stone. People got. I think one or two persons was caught on tape bleeding as a result of this, if I'm not mistaken. And so I think that's what he intended to do. But I wish he had consulted legal advice before coming out. I still maintain a statement addressing this matter probably would have done him better than coming on tape to offer an apology, and I think it has the potential to undermine the case.
Thank you. We have here someone say, Obinta Barito. She said it's 98 degrees in Brooklyn Center, Minnesota. Now that's hot.
That is hot for Minnesota. Minnesota is always under 0 degrees. So that is.
I mean, that's on the screen from minus 10 to 98. That's 100, almost 110 degrees swing.
And it's known in Minnesota. No, it get cold, it can be brutal. When it come to get hot again, that way.
it get even more brutal. Mr. Jones, hopefully your internet is stable there in Liberia. But what I wanted to ask Mr. Jones now is, so what happened to the power theft case? Mr. Jones, what happened to the power theft case? Because the original crime here was power theft, and it has been overridden by religious sentiment, religious zealotry. What happened to the case? What happened to the fire theft? I mean, the power theft.
You see, the entire situation now is complicated because we come from a legal standpoint. The investigation regarding the alleged power theft is being compromised by the IG.
Sure,
the fact that he offered a premature apology, he undermined the entire investigation of the matter. That was wrong in part. His apology does not have legal basis. He shouldn't have apologized. That's why I said this IG, he has brought serious embarrassment to the rule of law. This is a man who we confided in him, but instead of protecting the sanctity of that office, he disregarded that. Now, the case now, besides the alleged power theft case, there are 3 crimes committed by the lady in the video already. She has to go to investigation for that, because the issue of impunity in this country, we have to call it off. It's wrong. We have been prioritizing it. We have been living by it. We have to cut it off. The IG himself too has to go to investigation. Honestly, that be real yet. That's what the law talks about. We cannot be there and say we trying to we speak about the law, but we still cannot protect the law. We can be non-conformist. That is wrong. So that's why I said the RG must go on investigation. He must resign. Once he resigns, then he goes on an investigation, because this make it be RG at the same time, violating provisions of our laws. That is wrong. So this may cannot be. Are we heading? So is there an idea now we set up an investigative body under the Professional Standard Division of Liberian Police to investigate any future crimes? For example, if you went to a church, that's what I just want to make that clarity about the religious issues. Somebody say I want to bring religious tension in this country. That is wrong. It's wrong. Because the first thing, Article 14 of the Liberian Constitution talks about that. The action of the police RG blur the constitutional lines of religious sentiment, between religious sentiment and the rule of law. That's a clear violation of the Constitution. So the RG, we all expected him to have consulted his legal advisor to guide in the process. He know that his action was intentional. It was not an action to calm situation down. That's why I said if the RG we have cannot withstand external pressure. So any external pressure that comes in your way, it means that you disregard the Constitution. That's what you do. So the rule of law will be, it'll be.
Well, let me welcome Mr. Robert Garguah to the show. This is a very touchy situation in our country, because we, the Liberian people, are not straightforward. You see, when you do the right thing, they say there's no wrong way to do the right thing. If you follow the law to the letter, it doesn't matter. This is why the symbol at the Temple of Justice is a lady that's supposed to be blindfolded. That means she sees nobody, that the law cuts across the board. But to some degree, we are having issue in Liberia. Mr. Garguah, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Great to be back, and great to see everyone. Looking sharp.
The plane is here on the show. You announce it.
That is what's happening here when they're trying to do a lot at the same time, but they should have let us know what's going on.
The quality review, the quality review of the show have to be intact.
That's good. It has to be. We are 5,000 miles apart. Mr. Garguah, your take on this? The young man wrote a few days ago, and he says the headline here. Beautiful article he wrote in Monroe. He said, when religion overrides justice, the dangerous precedent set by Honorable Gregory Coleman by throwing his officers, even those who were assaulted, under the bus, apologizing on behalf of the police. I was shocked. You were shocked. In this country, like I was telling the folks, though you Republicans, if you assault a police officer in Atlanta, you'd be lucky if you live to tell this story the next day. Your take, sir.
Well, it is a very sensitive topic, and I don't like to attach religion when it comes to the law and the Constitution, because I think under our Constitution and under our law, every single Liberian, irrespective of their religious or political affiliation, should be protected under that law. And so that also includes, from our perspective, the police officers or law enforcement. My question here is, where do we draw that line when it comes to police assault or abuse to that of the use of excessive force. And also, as a Liberian citizen, including law enforcement, when is self-defense justifiable? And so when you put that into context, I think we will all agree that this lady assaulted the police officer, especially when he was in the middle of what appears to be an arrest or an interrogation or questioning or whatever that was. Now, there are others who have argued that that assault that eventually ultimately occurred was not meant or intended for the police officer. That spilled milk, right? Because regardless of who it was intended for, her daughter, who she attempted to stop recording. Well, even if you assume that the assault was attempted for the daughter, that would have still put the police officer, the daughter, and those around that scenario in danger. So was the police officer wrong for retaliating, for reacting to that? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think it would have been worse in other countries, especially in this country now with Donald Trump, where police are protected. We see police brutality happen across this country. A young man just recently, his windshield was break into, and he was punched while he was not resisting police arrest. And so I think that the lifting of the hand, or any object for that matter, that landed on a police officer would have justified perhaps deadly force, at least to say excessive force. So I think there's no question, Mr. Gilman, that I think this civilian, this lady, was completely wrong, religion or not. Now, my thing to this is, when we look at the police, and this is a conversation I think we should all have with this sense of empathy, right? The police, unlike you and I know for a fact, I'm not going to be dishonest here. If you put your hands on me, I'm going to react, right? And sometimes you have to pick your battle. But the first instant of self-defense hit when you are under attack. If you hit me, you hit someone, I'm going to react. I don't know what that reaction might be. But, I want to question the instance of the police training, because unlike you and I, police under these circumstances are trained to de-escalate. They are trained to de-escalate the situation. My only question, even though I agree that this police officer was assaulted, I don't think this police officer violated any code. But this police officer is law enforcement. Did this police officer exhibit any kind of mechanism to de-escalate the situation, while at the same time protecting himself and those around him, and apprehending this woman? Was it necessary for him to have take off the hijab, for instance, right? Throw it out the way he did. And so those are questions that I have. And I think this is something that the police and the administrators can look at when it comes to how do police protect themselves in instances of abuse or assault, but at the same time, not unnecessarily letting a situation like that get out of hand in response. But I think Gregor Coleman was attempting to lower the tension with regards to the response from the Muslim community. I don't think this should be about Muslim and Christian and things like that, because we're all Liberian, right? But I don't think he had the back of his police officers. I think he could have still said, listen, there are a few things that were done that should have been done a separate way. But I think this police officer was within his right to protect himself and protect those around him. Those are my only question. Could this have been handled in a different, more de-escalated way? That's just my only concern.
Great. Paul, the internet in Liberia flickering. We got 14 more minutes on this subject. And then we're going to go to other issues here. The other one here is countering the MCC compact hoax. The Finance Minister for Finance and Development Planning Minister Augustin Pehe Gamfwa has set the record straight regarding Liberia's standing, with the Millennium Challenge Corporation (MCC) stating unequivocally that the country has not yet secured a second compact, and that the claim of an approved 500 million grant are premature and misleading. Dr. Peabody, I think there's huge propaganda going on from the other side. It began first by everywhere you turn the internet, they say what? Something big is about to happen. Kudos. The opposition gonna burst. This is big news coming. And finally, they came out and said the $500 million have been approved, and they are breaking it down into 200 million, 250 million, all of that. And people were saying, guys, this is not the process. This is not the procedure. Finally, the finance minister came out and said it was premature. Anyone who says that is wrong. Your take.
Look, Mr. Goodman, I don't know what's wrong with us. What's wrong with Liberians? They are so eager to impress other people that they go to the extreme of sometimes just making up stories and making up lies and things like that. You see, government is calling for national unity. The president called for fast and prayer. But again, they want to come up with things so they can say, you know what, to hurt other people, or we hurt the other group, we hurt the other government official that because we done this, the past government. The election is over. You don't have CDC in power no more. We have in power Unity Party. They need to just focus, and the government is not just Unity Party, and that's what we don't understand. The government is the government for everybody. So if the government does something, it will definitely be good for the Liberian people. But this story, where they go all on internet, big news coming. This one going to happen. I mean, the people ain't even, the thing, they'll try to consider you. Okay? And you ain't even got money yet. You ain't got nothing coming. Oh, you're going all over the place. And this is happening and that is happening. Stuff like that. I don't know what's wrong. People act like kids. Liberian. Everything that happened for the first time in 40 years. For the first time in 20 years. Do you expect the thing we have now, 20 years later, do we know what we're going to have to come up again in 20 years? So everything the government, for the first time in 25 years, today again, the president went to LPRC for some tango or some gasoline at the board and stuff like that. For the first time in 40 years. Well, things change. The thing we're doing now in the next 10 years, a lot of things will change. The cell phone we're using now, in the next 5 years, 10 years, will change. It will be the first time in 10 years we'll get a new phone. It will be the first time in 10 years, or we got AI, or first time in 40 years, 100 years, we got AI and things. So they need to stop that nonsense of getting out there for the first time to prove what? Our country is not where it's supposed to be. Almost all the country in the region there has advanced. They are doing far better than Liberia. So when something small happens, it's good to say kudos, but you can't be going on for the first time in 15 years. Poor news, sick news. And that's why they want to go as far as spreading rumors just to prove that they're overdoing things. Until we have a low unemployment rate, until our healthcare improve and the mortality rate, infant mortality and all that thing is reduced, then you can say we're doing well. Right now, we're just making news, and women like news to impress the other person. That's all.
Honorable Pewee, yesterday you went through the process here, educating us as to how it works. And I wouldn't say you have been vindicated. That's why you are the dean. The Minister of Finance came out and said, what you see on social media is not true. It is premature. This is not how it works. We have not been awarded 500 million and blah, 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 blah. But yes, exactly what you said yesterday, there are steps.
Yeah, they are.
And you said we may be way far away from this. And I want to let the audience know that we all here want, if they gave us $500 million for development, it benefits everybody. Your take, your Chief.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Chief.
Yeah. So it was not out of a guest thing. I was on yesterday or being on before, because that our privilege. So it was now our privilege to have been in a meeting with the former Foreign Minister of Liberia in Washington D.C. about the compact in June of 2018. So I do, and before then, I associated and I consider him as a big brother and a mentor with the former Deputy Minister of Fiscal Affairs at the Ministry of Finance, who of course play a very pivotal role. Dr. James Colley and Amara Conan, they play a very major role in the first compact Liberia got, and in terms of working on those things. So I pay more attention to those things, and I push them sometimes to ask very important question about it. So, but again, in the country we politicize everything, and that's the problem about most of the issue of our governance activities in the country. But we will, as you said, we will always pray for the country to benefit these things, because if the compact is coming to the country and we develop a comprehensive roadmap towards what we intend to have, if those things, and we eventually get codified, confirmed, and the support is coming through, every Liberian going to agree that we benefit we put a strategic project about road development. And if that road development is going to go in the way every Liberian citizen and those that are within the bailiwick of the republic going to benefit that. So it's important that we will also going to celebrate. But those that are clouded now with the responsibility to steer the affairs of the nation, we have to be mature in how they go about disseminating this kind of information. Because, mind you, the opposition wouldn't be happy if you were to do this, because you did the same thing to the opposition yesterday. So if you were to come up with half-baked, or about turning the other word, haphazard statements towards development plan of development process, it will be a way that you have to wait and know that it's coming. Then you move with the information and celebrate. But that, you will have kept the opposition people very busy, and you win it. But if you came out with these things and then your own minister come out and say, no, don't rush, don't celebrate, because if you came out and start celebrating so early, and then the end result is no, you haven't. Probably in the process of putting the compact together, you underperform, and you get screwed out in that. So I would think they should, and that's why I said yesterday, the development of this initiative now, it have to be a well thought process in a way that you bring the best mind together. No, don't be, they didn't support us. If you believe you have the best mind, I can develop for you. And that's why Amara and Cody did at the time. What Amara did, Amara set a stage for Samuel Pewee, then opposition figure in the CDC, to help the government work along with former Foreign Minister Moni Captain to help build this, right? So the work behind the scene, they didn't politicize this. There was no partisan issue here. In other words, there was a bipartisan approach towards it, and it went in a very good way, and it was developed and succeeded. Today we have a hydro, and it's part of the reason why when CDC came to power, they inherited a hydro where they didn't put 1 megawatt on, but decided distributing power. It was from that initiative, because a comprehensive compact was developed at the time, and then it went to how we reconstructed our hydro that was in a more dilapidated framework at the time, because the Civil War destroyed it totally. And that was a process built by Madame Salif and her administration moving on. So this administration, what the women will have to do, they have to remain sober. They shouldn't start charging the Hennessy bottle so early. They remain sober and focus on developing a comprehensive plan, get engaged, keep engaged, and probably you're going to deliver this to the Liberian people. But to celebrate so early, we have tangible results. We just don't come to nothing, and absolutely. So we are going to stick. Now, the president declared yesterday, this year we're going to have 3 fast and prayer time. 3. Tomorrow is coming. We are going to fast and pray. The president has spoken. He's the president of our country. We will bosh, but will he not also, maybe around will soon come by. If things not going well, January again, so they fast and pray before the state of the nation and state of the state of the nation address, because he's saying quickly. The president just told us that the Liberian people celebrated the 26th this way this year because of the reaffirmation to the prospect in the country. But the president fell short by telling us, the Liberian people, that the country is hard. So he massively failed. I think the post said, yeah, we're happy. But he told the person, no, I failed because I didn't manage the country well. So we're praying now for him to begin managing the country well. But I will not be surprised by January if you contact the Basel choir to push this sort of thing that will start January, pray and wash it, then we'll take it to Lofa, from Lofa we'll take it to Bon, from Bon, then I mean we'll just be praying, and then probably from the route that will come to help him and end the prayer afternoon. Because this is a serious sign that we heard somewhere that the president is not prepared to lead.
Great.
You have a luxury party tonight, and then tomorrow the fast and pray.
Thank you.
Yes. You see a contradiction?
Thank you.
And very quickly, in a few seconds. If you are preparing to go to the altar, you have to be clean.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, no palm wine. No palm wine.
Man of God, Peabody, help me. Am I wrong?
You're right.
You said don't be equally yoked, right?
That's right.
Yeah, he said from a fast and pray. How can you go there and drink wine all night, then say you're going fast and pray the next day?
And by the way, I want to be very clear. I am not fasting and praying tomorrow. Tomorrow, I think
we will arrest you. You want to disobey the president?
Well, no, I'm not fasting and praying tomorrow. I'll go about my normal daily activities. I would drink my glass of wine, not in abundance, but I'm not fasting and praying tomorrow. The president is a walking. The president's a walking contradiction, and it was good Dr. Peabody brought that up. They're having a very luxurious celebration today. You remember when George Weah and the other guys were celebrating anniversaries and birthdays? You remember the kind of noise that was on social media about people suffering, and the president and executive mansion cannot be having these luxury, opulent celebration while people are suffering. Today, this is the second time I've seen the president celebrate. The first time was his birthday. Today is the 53rd anniversary. By the way, it's a tremendous milestone, and I want to congratulate the president and the first lady for any marriage. I mean, 53 years. That's ridiculous. My parents
it's a personal accomplishment.
Yeah, 30. So listen, but what I'm saying is, there's nothing wrong with the celebration. It's the political hypocrisy in these things and the narrative when it is not your side, because you are not the one celebrating. You don't understand that the president himself is a human being. And he has to appreciate his wife. He has to say, look, he has to appreciate his family. His children can say, listen, we have to celebrate this milestone. We turn such a thing into a political narrative that just speaks to hypocrisy, because when our turn comes, like in this case, Unity Party, no noise. I haven't heard my brother George Lobo. He's probably at the party knocking glass right now. And he don't like me to sit this, but he's probably there enjoying himself, right? But when George Weah was celebrating, we were both on the drive going back and forth about how this president is insensitive to the plight of the Liberian people when they are suffering. He's drinking the most expensive bottle of wine tonight. But I am not fasting and praying tomorrow. I don't think Liberia needs prayer. I think we need leadership.
Thank you. Mr. Nambe, I think right after the election, Mr. Amra Corner wrote a piece where he says, we have to manage our expectations. It looks like that memo didn't get around because the premature celebration here has had everybody in arms that we got 500 million only to be debunked today by the finance minister that, listen, hey guys, hold on, this is not true. Don't be too excited, it's premature. So we are not managing our expectation at all.
Yeah, not only that, look, and I will give it to the UP fellows. They won 2 elections here, well, 3. So they have to be smarter than this. They have to be smarter than a good number of us. But right now, the way they're operating, I worry about how they're going to fare going towards 2029. It looks as though the mansion has kind of subtracted from the ability to reflect and analyze. If we all remember here, Samuel Tour was dancing all over the place. Samuel Tour's news that he got for which he was dancing was even far more advanced in the approval process than what they got. And they know that. They're not going to get no 5 million. They also know that 500 million. The 500 million is the ceiling. The ceiling. So that's not only that. They not nowhere in the process. And, all the postings and carrying on. Look, they of all people should know that when you have this kind of expectation placed on your shoulders, you lower the bar, you lower the expectation. So that when you do strike, you exceed expectation. And people respect you for that, they praise you for that. But they're raising the expectation so high that even if they were to succeed, there's likely people might see what they're doing as failure, because now, they have the prime us. We're expecting $500 million. So even if they got $450 million, which I doubt, it's likely we may think they have failed. And so, if I was advising them, they should listen to Amara Coney, temper your expectation. But they seem to be in a hurry to declare victory. We can go from the $300 billion investment from China, the 285 yellow machine. All of these mishaps, you understand me? They're handicapping themselves. They're shooting themselves in the leg. And this MCC thing, the way they're playing it out, they were dumping whatever outcomes they would have got from it, the way they're playing it. If I were to advise them, I would tell them to really lower expectations, not even talk about it much, and let it be a surprise. Let us wake up one morning to the news that the government of Liberia has actually won a prize through the compact. But no, they're not going to do that. They can't wait. And you know why? Because there's not much to celebrate. They don't have much to celebrate. 18 months, 19 months running, there's not much to celebrate. And so, in that way, it is understandable. If they see some little flicker, a little flash in the pants, they run to it, and blow it out of proportion. But hey, we are here. We're watching. We'll dedicate our projects, the CMC mini. We're not going to talk much about it. Some of it, they will fight us, and we'll force them out of their holes to compel them to do what they should have done in the first place. And so, we're watching. If the MCC does come through, it is a win for Liberia, and we'll all come here and appreciate them. But the way they're playing it out, it is not smart. I'll just leave it there. I would join Robert in congratulating the First Lady. 53 years, no matter what it is. 53 years, we all been married. So this is a major milestone.
You been married? or you married?
Okay. You don't want to the last time brother 30 cigar and say you've been married 30 years. But congratulations to the president and the First Lady. I wish them all the best.
Thank you. Let me welcome Hamed. Hamed, young man, how you doing there?
Yeah, I'm okay, man. How you guys doing?
Excellent. Listen,
this is the man in person or the man in ink? What are we seeing here?
The ink all over here, you can tell. Listen. In a country where nobody is employed, they're telling us to take another day off. An unproductive country, nobody's working, no job. We always home. Why he says here, the president has declared Wednesday, July 30th, 2025, as a National Day of Prayer to be observed nationally. It's a national holiday throughout the country.
Well, tomorrow, Truth Ink will be
working.
Truth Ink.
Will be working.
No, we'll be issuing a sermon since we'll be praying with
okay.
yeah, so we'll issue a sermon tomorrow on the contradiction in that.
Okay.
But yeah, so we wanted to disengage most of our activity to focus on that sermon because look, you can't mock God. We use the Bible. We use the Bible to support the argument we lay out in the sermon. So we'll leave that for tomorrow, and we'll release it tomorrow in the in the Oracle, in the Analyst as well. But at one point, you guys were talking. I wanted to go back on it because today I think there are some things that we, as critical as we can be, some things we need to highlight when it's great. I think what Garguah did, it was courageous. It was bold. I think those are actions that we need to give more emphasis to. Because, look, over the past 2 years, or even before then, obviously the Unity Party has governed on lies and propaganda. I would think they're even worse than Charles Taylor. I'm telling you, because Taylor did not lie that you were paying salary and he didn't pay. I mean, if he didn't pay, he didn't pay. But, I mean, from one lie to another lie, from one lie to another lie. And at this point, we must all be concerned. I'm telling you, we must be concerned because the only reason why you want to perpetrate lies as a definition of governance is because perhaps you have nothing that you really can offer. So we should be concerned about that. That is why Garguah's bold action. I think this is the second or third time where he has disagreed, break ranks with his party, break ranks with the government to be able to say the truth. He did it on the issue of the harmonization. When there was this whole talk about harmonization, he said, no, that's the only way we can sustain maintain the economy, harmonization. Today, again, he had a goal. And technically, he was distancing himself. That, look, you can't keep lying to government. Let's be honest. So I think that is something we must commend, we must highlight, because, of course, there is no possible way you can have effective transformation built on lies and mirage. And so we want to commend that. And more than that, we're afraid. Unity Party is in a desperate mood. It's just 2 years they're operating like this. I'm telling you, these people just want to lie their way through. And ultimately, lies will not put food on people's table, will not put food, gas in people's cars. So, good. And those of you now that are talking about the third party thing, I think it's about time you take it very seriously because right now, perhaps it might not even be a third party. It might be the CDC and the other party, because Unity Party is gradually getting out of the process. So you need to take it serious, because of course we don't want a situation where one party will just go to election and be giving web ballot. We want a competition, so you need to take that seriously. Eventually, let there be a competitive process, because Unity Party is out. I mean, the lies have caught up with them. Everybody, including themselves, know that they're lying. Can you imagine? Let me end on this. After the president said the country had, the guys who went intentionally, deliberately, about themselves, let us pour a false information out. You won't get 500 million from America when they're big on misinformation and disinformation? That's a serious federal issue, yes, policy, yeah, on misinformation and disinformation, and then you perpetrating that? So, I mean, our country is in a very sad state, I'm telling you. And we all, those of us on the sideline, we need to take this thing very serious and begin to present to our people a very convincing vision, something better than the Unity Party, and of course, something much more different from what CDC offered in the last 6 years. Even for CDC has always said, if you intend to be serious in shifting the Unity Party, or you must not craft a convincing vision, something that says that, look, I understand the experience of the past, and this is how I'm going to do it differently, and these are the intentions. We need to do those things, because the country can't keep going like that, and the country will only go like this if we allow it to. So I just want to conclude on our disappointment. Tomorrow, we will preach our sermon to the country with regard to the prayer the president announced. God is not mocked, as far as we know. You can't be calling for prayer, and you said, look, we don't want to be disingenuous, but is it that the president called for prayer because he knew today all a minister will go get drunk, they plan to not be able to work tomorrow? so to give them a light say prayer so that when they go to the party today, tomorrow they can go to work. If we wanted to be disingenuous, very political, and just as true as the Unity Party would do if this were in their case.
Wow.
So, yeah. So
Dr. Peabody, the man in is trying to inch towards us CNC. He says it may be CNC and CDC, and I'm telling you, listen, we are true politicians. We saw right through that. I saw Victor when I made the guys say, what are you
but I prefer to compete against CNC and Unity Party. They are not a worthy opponent. You know, sometimes, listen, you're going to fight somebody, you are trained for the other person. I mean, it takes away your honor to go for a crippled man when you get all your body. So no need to.
Are you that even disingenuous here, my brother?
Let me lay my case to you. Let me lay my case to you on why. Let me lay my case to you. Let me lay my case to you and tell you why. No.
People, let them man land. Go ahead.
But listen. Your party had 12 years of governance of our country. On a second thought, perhaps because of their effective propaganda against the CDC, and last year, the Liberian people said, let's give it another chance. They came back, a second chance, and they're doing the worst thing. Don't you think it's a dead now? You think they're going to ever come back again after they repeat the sympathy? Now, listen, I'll conclude. But you can't allow me to conclude. Let me conclude to say this. When I said that, Bwaka told you 12 years ago they squandered all the opportunities. In 2 years, Bwaka is saying that I have failed, I can make it. So until he tells you, say, let us unregister the party before we know that it's dead. 12 years ago, Bwaka said they lost all the opportunity. 2 years now, Bwaka is saying, I can't make it, I failed. What more can I say than saying it is a dead operation? We need a vibrant opponent, my man.
Before I go to Doc, go ahead.
Yes, what I said, that you've been disingenuous in saying they are a weak opponent or they will be a dead force, right? You just said it right, and you helped me to further justify my and giving more ammunition against yourself. He stated that they squandered all of the opportunity. A party that squandered opportunity still and defeated you, right? So to tell us now that they are decapitated at this stage, no. You should be the one that will be struggling to reach them because they got state machinery. They squandered all of the opportunity, but they defeated you. They called it second
chance.
The opportunity they got now, you give it to them. It is
second chance.
I'm coming. It is due to your ineffective operation of governance.
I disagree.
That allowed the decapitated inherit power. So no, if you are effective, it wouldn't be you there.
Look, let me tell you something.
You give me the time.
If we are allowed the process to play out,
you say I want to see my own, and then you coming back. If
we are allowed that process to play out, do you know there were contention about the votes in Nima County?
But I come in. Yes. You just further justifying my point. If we are allowed, if you are just effective, you just set it down and you are allowed. The reason you didn't allow because the system was not cohesive. The system was just effective. You further justifying my point. My point to you is that institution that squander opportunity and came and beat you up because you say if somebody had allowed. And do you know why the issue of allowed? Because there was no cohesive operation of governance. So you still justify my point. My worry
I'm not justifying your point, but I don't want to
okay, guys.
My worry here is the guys are currently having the state machinery. They didn't have the BU.
Let me tell you. No. Listen. The outcry of the Liberian people in 2029 will be so much that nobody, no force will prevent what the outcome will be. It's not going to be.
They will call for fast and prayer again.
No, I'm not going to fast and prayer. Let me tell you something. Every election cycle, the election become more sophisticated, the expectation and demand become more. So to think because you control state power, you can manipulate 1, 2, you can change results. That's not possible. Now with what's happening in the country, just imagine 2 years. Look, in CDC 2 years, there were issues, but people were still hopeful. But 2 years, it's just 2 years. We got 4 years to go, and everybody in a state of desperation, delusional everywhere. Everything broken down. The Supreme Court chakra, legislature chakra. I mean, it's just a mess in the country, bro.
But let me say something here.
Thank you. Let me Doctor, let me welcome the chief himself, King George I. How you doing, that chief?
It's good to be back on a closing argument. Let me say thanks to everyone. Welcome. But I have some different perspective. I know today I will sound like the government spokesperson, but I have to be objective. When you're on a platform like this, right now I told you guys I'm not for no side for the country. But first of all, they are not.
Can start, then it goes.
No problem. No problem.
They say when the black man say we choke you. They say when the black man say we choke you.
Let that come in now. Let that come in.
No.
Before Chief come in,
Mr. Gibbon, let me say this. I'm not a supporter of this government, but I think we're seeing some sign of good governance here. A little bit.
Exactly.
Even 10 or 20%. We've seen it. We've seen new structure put in place. Let give them some credit. I'm not a fan.
I
didn't interrupt you.
The rules in the Southeast.
We see some semblance of good governance here. Let's be realistic. They may not be to where I wanted to be, but I have seen some of good governance here. Where was the former leader on Independence Day celebration? If you want to come back and rule this nation, where was the former leader of a July 26th celebration? I mean, even if I had some qualms with this government, I will show up because I still want to lead the Liberian people. I still want to be president, and Liberian people want to see that kind of unity. I see a lot of good things the government have done. I'm not a supporter. I'm not 100% certified. There's still a lot of corruption and a lot of stuff that they was not right. But I see signs. I see signs of good governance.
Pewee.
But some of the good things.
You don't see the signal.
But
let Chief come in.
I challenge any of the people. The government on a road. I challenge any of them to point to any road that the government have done compared to the RRA road that CDC initiated. Show me one.
Well, you're not in power now. So even the government complete the road, we give them the credit.
I come in.
You're not in power now. If the government complete the road, we give them the credit.
To say anything good, it must be beyond what CDC did. For example, we built Sports Park. Show me one. We built the RRA road. We initiated. Show me one. Yeke Koluba is on the highway between the Lofa and Southeast. He can't be stuck. So what I challenge you to do before you say this on the road, closing arguments on network. I can sponsor a trip of your reporter to go around the country on a live camera to these roads. People clean the facing. Those are all lies. The project live to say about 500 million. Yeke is around the Southeast now, showing up the road.
Well, I'm not talking about that, but I see a good sign of good governance.
We don't want
that have won the international recognition.
What is where? Which one is the international? Where?
Okay, guys.
Look, what do you mean by where? What do you mean by where?
Where the international recognition?
This government have won the UN Security Permanent Residency. The government have won it. What are you talking? The government is doing far better.
Better what now? Better what now? You
let me explode.
You see, you
don't act all
you be a propagandist because you get point to one. I challenge you to point to one good thing. Point to one. Point to one. Salary still low. Salary still low in the country. Things get point to one.
You fight all day.
I don't want to shout. I just need you. I want to challenge you. The statement you made. Point to one good thing. Don't just say sound.
Calm down.
Gentlemen, King George. Wait, guys.
Let me get another one, Mr. Gibman. The government initiated national reconciliation when they had the reburial of all those people, or those people that were killed. The government also, what did it do? The president of Liberia apologized to the Liberian people. That shows a sign of leadership.
Thank you.
Let me say this.
I'm not going to put the TV out there. Yeah, go ahead.
I told you what the blind man said. I'm gonna choke you. They got it rock. They may have it rock. They may have it rock in your head already. Go ahead, George.
Before George can come in quickly, normally I can bring it to the spark or some laptop, but it's important, right? Someone just sent me a message not too long from LRB saying that, comrade, it seems to be that Ben Sanvee recent visit here trying to annoy Peabody and too many judges.
I tell you, since the guy visited Oluwa studio, they came back.
The man left you behind, and when you got it, cut it back, and then he made your way.
Boys are gone. These boys are gone.
Let me end the message quickly. And then the pilot said, "Comrade, I wouldn't be surprised to see your diplomatic and political analysis twist in that direction also."
That's right. Hey,
so again, it's like it's best if you not about come change the tune or something. But I don't really think so. I think sometimes it's important that we acknowledge, because this will make you a good professional, right? And we all do that. Sometimes Raul can be friend and they will come, so now he will see some point and praise and say this person did this. It is how you are measured to be objective. Objectivity is very important. It's vector towards the political space.
Yeah,
we cannot beat our own consciences in terms of not speaking up the facts. No, we have to sometimes acknowledge that someone have done a good job.
See, Pewee, someone just texted me and said the 3 suits, the white suit that they brought from Liberia, that white guy sent for Tomalin George, Kev Hassan. You saw 3 of them?
Yeah, but people didn't wear the West to do.
No, people.
I was not even there. Out of the country.
Yeah, so he wasn't there. They mean he. King George. Man, you want looking shot. You had that. They keep. Why I send you that kid look nice, my man.
These guys have become cluster project.
They made him chief.
But
what? Go ahead, King George.
Look, first, let me say this. First of all, let me make a revelation today. Look, today I was in a conversation. I think I was sharing my guys earlier with someone who is deeply involved in our politics in Liberia. If we're thinking of a joke, I heard you guys were saying something here earlier, Sidiki especially. The Unity Party, they are at work. What's going to happen? These guys going to infiltrate, especially the former ruling party. They will take guys from there who are influential, take them from there, and just create a situation where they are in full control. Just imagine there is a UP second year in power. But next year, they will start giving people jobs, contracts, and they're going to do it. People are getting it. Look, 1 minute.
You see? They probably are saying that.
Let me say this: why the chief is coming, right?
I
don't disagree with Dr. Peabody. The UP government, they're making some progress. But look, the argument is not they're making progress relative to the CDC government. This is a government that is supposed to be better. They're supposed to do better. Relative to the expectations about this government, I don't think they're doing much. We're going to be comparing this government against its own declaration. You saw the 90 days deliverables they put out. You don't forget those. You heard the no card getting stuck in the mud in 90 days. Don't forget these. These are their own promises, their own commitment. Now they're talking about $500 million. They're hanging the arbitrage on their own necks. So I don't disagree with you, Dr. Peabody, but the argument would be relative to what you promised and what you gave us. Can the two compare? That's the argument we'll be making. We're not going to go and compare them to the CDC. The CDCs are flunkies. We're done with them. The Liberian people rejected them. We're not going to them. We're going to the UP and what they promised.
Tell me, you really threw a shot there, not Victor.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I was laughing because, Sylvester and I don't always agree. And people kind of misconstrued that. But that's my brother. Sylvester's a very smart guy when it comes to diplomacy and foreign issues and all of that stuff. But I kind of agree with his analysis. And I was laughing because Dr. Peabody made me laugh. I love my doc. Dr. Peabody is very funny.
Don't mind that come from Europe. You still got a little bit of Europe in him,
It was kind of hilarious when he said there are signs of good governance, and then when they asked him why, he said, the winning a Security Council seat, they may apologize, be buried. If the expectation that were not set so high, given everything we witnessed in the last 6 years of the CDC, then those things that you mentioned will be considered. That when we talk about good governance, we talk about the effectiveness and the management of the country. And I think Mr. Nyenwolo just hit it on the head when he said they set their own standards that we will not hold them by. And I want to reiterate, no car being stuck on an enroll 90 days. Not only was that said, remember there was $26 million. 10 million was initially spent, and I think the rest should be spent, in between periods, right? But there's still cars being stuck on those roads, massively, by the way, And some may argue that again, this was the proper agenda, this machinery of the Unity Party to make believe that they were capable of getting this stuff done within 90 days. I would have appreciated the president said, we will give you a year to connect all of the major roads in outside of Monrovia, right? Will give us a year. That's more realistic than saying no cars will get stuck in 90 days. In addition to that, they're still fighting corruption. We saw what just happened when it came to the rule of law. You can say what you want to say about the George Weah administration, but we did not see the total collapse of the legislative and the judiciary branch of government under George Weah administration. And this is a guy who, according to them, had absolutely no experience. We did not see this kind of collapse when O'Neill had just left the country. It was under the George Weah administration that, as a government in the country, we had to control and maintain our own security in Liberia. I wish O'Neill could have stayed, maybe 2 more years, right? And we did that peacefully. There are many other issues with the George Weah administration. But when you compare Unity Party, who had all of the sophistication, who have all of the experience, the 45 years experience of Joseph Boakai, the 12 years as vice president, you would not expect what some of the accomplishment or what some of the things that are being seen as accomplishment. Apologizing to Liberians about the senseless civil war, in my perspective, is not the semblance of governance. It's the bare minimum. What would be a semblance of effective governance, from my perspective, would be some sort of breaking news on all those who got us to where we are accountable for the actions, right? We've been talking about this establishment of War and Economic Crimes Court. I would give the government kudos if they were making some sort of progress with the establishment of War and Economic Crimes Court, to send a message to those who have been bereaved and affected by this war, that we would send a message that if you misbehave, if you broke our laws, there are institutions to address grievances, to redress grievances. If you broke our laws and you killed our people and you destroy our infrastructure, you will be held accountable. This is what we're talking about. But even as we speak today, in the recent speech, the hardship is in Liberia. It has gotten worse than it was 2 years ago. The hardship is there. We still don't know about job creations right now. I don't know. Not a single. I don't know how many jobs probably investors that have come in the country that have been created. And so all of these things again points to the true meaning of what governance is. I want to see Liberia at a place where we can say, you know what, these are things that the president has done that we are proud of. And I agree with you. If the president completed the RIA role, this administration gets credit. If government is continuity, then I would expect the president to do what the finance minister did, and I'll close on this note. Be very mature, be diplomatic in giving credit where credit is due, because government is continuity to say, you know what, we are here because of the efforts made by the previous administration. And it was a bold statement by the finance minister, I think yesterday, and I commend him for that. This is not politics. This is not campaign. The campaign is over now. When we get to 2028 and when we start campaigning, the finance minister and others who are in government right now can change gears. You can get to campaign mode. You can talk about how bad CDC was, and you can also outline the accomplishment and things you've done within these 6 years and make your argument why Unity Party should be given another 6 years, right? But now is the time for governance. Now is the time for leadership. And it would not hurt the current administration to say, you know what, we completed this task, but we commend the former president and the former administration for the efforts made to initiate this start. And I think George Weah did that when they completed and dedicated the RIA terminal. George Weah did that when it went at the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf complex. He did many of these things where credit were given where they were due. So again, I'm still looking forward to a major Joseph Boakai and Unity Party project based on their own agenda under their rest agenda. Tourism have not moved in a needle yet. I'm still looking to see what kind of breaking news we have when it comes to.
What did it move in the past, Robert? What did it move?
No, it wasn't. No, I agree. So to your point, if we're saying that it wasn't moved under CDC, I would expect that under the arrest agenda, given all of the experiences, we will see some needle move in 2 years under the new administration. But if they went into 2029 with this whole third lane Chief Tomalin George is talking about, when it gets into 2029, what people feel like, you know what, we are sick and tired of these failed promises from both of these parties. We are just sick and tired of it, right? Comparing what you've done to what CDC did 6 years after will not hold water, because a lot of Liberians will say, you know what, I think we've been fooled here. We've been misled here, and I think it's time for us to stand up and take action.
But when nobody wants to accept the fact, or nobody want to recognize the other government as they've done something, you always look at the negative. You will never see any. You will not see any good within this government, because all you think is we did it before. So even the government did something. Oh, we did this before. Oh, we did that before. The fact here is, Unity Party is the one in power now. We can't continue to go back and forth and say, oh, the government did the CDC that did this, the CDC that did this, the CDC that did that. That's not opposition. Opposition is being able to recognize, even when someone does something very effective, something great, to recognize and say, hey, kudos to these guys. It's not always, oh, CDC did it. Oh, CDC started. CDC did this. If we take government continuation, then definitely. But I stand by my word that I see some signs of very good governance. I mean, I'm not a fan of this government, and I don't play. I criticize everybody. CDC, UP. You know how high I've been to UP, but I've been to Liberia. I was there in March, and I may go there again sometime. But I've seen some basic things that is taken up. The government just came up with a brand new school. They're building school all over the country, getting grant. That's a good sign. Trying to get our education system back in place, you know. So,
but that school you talk about too, again was initially under CDC.
I'm saying, who completed the project?
Okay, guys. Listen. Somebody's on the phone real quick before I go to King George. Wait, listen.
What are the 3 counts that they feel the MCC on? Rule of law. The Capitol building. We've been talking about that, remember?
Yeah. And that's a major pedo.
Okay, guy. 1 minute. Your name? Where you calling from, sir?
Yeah, this is Kehleboe Gongloe. So I just want to contribute to this show.
We can hear him.
I've been watching you guys, but I don't want to let this.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, we can hear him.
Why you trying to get it? I just want to say this. You know, oftentimes I try to avoid serving as government spokesman. I believe that those people were the one come out to defend these things. You know, so sometimes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, you hear me now?
Yes.
Low, very low. Very low.
Today I see the poor is on the road to Damascus, and that sharp light shine in his face. And I see a come to Jesus moment
Is it the fast and prayer holiday now start?
On closing argument. St. Tomalin George arrived late on the show, and when he was working, the first statement from his mouth was he would sound like he's for government, but he's not for nobody, which I thought was contradictory. Hello, on the question of Mr. Peabody argument, yes, it's true that the government has made some positive strides, but on your argument of good governance, that is not true, Mr. Peabody, because if you read the MCC, the compact report for 2024, the government failed in good governance. Look at it. They failed it in 2024 report. So you can't claim that they are making good governance. They look at what happened at the Supreme Court, they look at what happened at contract enforceability and all that. Okay? So I would say, yeah, there are some positive signs, but on good governance is not one of them. So let's put that out, Peabody. I want you to.
I just say I've seen sign. I'm not saying they are good. I say I've seen sign.
The man is some preacher. He's talking about faith. He's seen
signs and wonders. He's saying signs and wonders.
Look at one right. I said that I see sign. Not. I'm saying that.
Prediction here. I'm make a bold prediction here. Before 2027, I can boldly predict tonight that there will be a 2 wings on closing argument. It will be UP versus the rest of us. Without naming anybody, that's all I can say.
Oh, thank you very much. Listen, Kehleboe is talking. My brother from Grand Bassa County, Dr. Reverend Peabody, is saying sign. You see, the man talking about sign. The man believes in faith. He sees something that nobody else sees. So you cannot question somebody's faith. King George, tell me, the man said you said 2027, 2028, Dr. Peabody, Tomalin George, and Ben Sanvee against all of us here, because you guys will flip. In fact, you see you're flipping now like pancakes. Yeah, go ahead.
Look, first of all, let me say this first. Look, if you give me, I repeat on the national platform, you give me the same choice I had 2023 today. I'll vote for George. We are the same way I voted for him in the runoff. I repeat, if you give me today, I will vote for him. Today, I will vote for him. So let me get that one clear. Okay? I will vote for him the same way I voted 2023 in the runoff. Now,
but the election not do 2029.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying I come in. We reach that point. But today I will do the same. I will take my same decision. Will be taken the same way. Now, today, you know, I've been saying on this show that the ambassador is having work permit. So today, the embassy contacted me and said, "Your mission to manager get this." The ambassador he presented a letter of credence to President Trump. He's Liberia now. He's now Liberia's ambassador, extraordinary, plenipotentiary, accredited to Washington with concurrent accreditation to Mexico and Canada. Congratulations, Ambassador Conte. Weapon may have been taken from you, and now I know you ambassador with the full authority to represent our country in Washington. At least you met President Trump and gave him letters. That's off the table. At Jerome, I play my partner. I already said it. Boo. Now, to the MCC issue. Look, if anybody expected for the Minister of Foreign Finance to come and say that Liberia will get out of mouse, no, that's not a place to say it. They've been working. Garguah have been working behind the scenes. They know what they have done. And CDC did it. CDC cooked the food for them, and they just enjoy the food. So definitely, if you're thinking that when the MCC board meets next week or whatever the case, you think Liberia will not get that compact, you must be joking. They will get it. They will get it. When Trump took over initially, he put a restriction, freeze, all these things. Now, even the USAID funding, you're going to see it coming back small. Gradually, they're lifting up. Trump is opening up now. You ain't talking about...
There's no more USAID.
No, no law was made that you cancel USAID. No. USAID they still exist. But just that they suspended the activities right now.
No, they transfer
to the State Department.
Yeah, they transfer to the State Department.
So until it comes to the law, so we'll make a law take it. But right now, just executive order stuff. But it will come back to, take my word, I can't tell you in the show again. So you will come back very soon. Right now, in Trump of today blasting at Israel for what they're doing to the people in Gaza. Great Britain threatening that if Israel don't stop what they're doing in Gaza, they will recognize the Palestinian state. I think France also said the same thing. Things will come around. But let me look. So the issue of the millennium, the MCC, Liberia will get it. And if
500 million.
Liberia may get 500 million. I mean, I'm not going to stop there.
No, don't say may. What we are saying, the ceiling is 500. Are you saying here tonight that Liberia will get 500 million?
I'm optimistic that Liberia will get it. I'm very optimistic about it. They can get it, and they might get it. Okay, now, but the idea, I know they will qualify. They are qualified and they will get it. The MCC reaffirmed Liberia is still in the package. So let them leave. The government will make their case. They're up to them. But get the thing, that money, if that money is approved, it comes in trenches, right? And besides that, one of the most monitored money funds, the MCC fund, that fund people can play with it easily though, is very monitored. Okay, so when that money gets, according to what I learned from 2 finance ministers I spoke to, they said that money will start coming if it approved. So by 2028, he said you're gonna start seeing signs of it coming into the country. And so the government will be elected 2029. They inherit that money. So that CDC inherited the money from Ellington. Ellington got it. When CDC made that money and they handled that money, they inherited that money. That's why the government will come 2029. I'll be elected, we get it. So that we'll pray for it. It will be a day of rejoicing for the country. They'll celebrate. Now, let me say something. Look, if we take it for a joke, right now, I will tell you for a fact, if the tail link party that will win election, if they must win, they need the support of CDC. I repeat, if they must win, it will need support of CDC. Right now, what unity parties, the UP they are doing right now, they are going after the CDC, infiltrating their ranks and file. That's what they are doing. Most of the top CDC stalwarts from both Rich County, they are now going towards the UP, the boycott. And mind you, they will go after all of them that the people plan to make sure that they can weaken the CDC party. And now that honestly today, who do you have on CDC talking today against the government? Who are the mouthpiece? Who are surrogates? I see that Kev, Azedo, that Akaras, and people are here talking mostly. Who else talking? Okay, you don't see that united from what they had before, when the opposition was so strong. And mind you, CDC have tested power. They were in power before. So until the CDC can get the whole guys together, the former president can get on the trail and start going through the country, ranks and file the country, talking to the people. He got to get moving, making a nationwide tour, going to the people. And I will say this, President Guar is more effective when he's speaking extemporaneously, when he communicating with the people. So when he message resonates with the people easily. But if they continue to do, like for instance, just not in give rally or selective rally at a headquarters, it won't help. The UP are determined to keep power. That's why they are determined to keep power. And they are saying the only chance that might shake out, of course, then to shiver if CDC perhaps support another tail link party. That would be something that you look at. And mind you, let me get a message for the new parties that are being formed. They are coming after the new parties. You won't be surprised. The new parties, they will start having, they will go after them in a way that they may just try to box them up, keep them from making any kind of stride. Like you saw what happened during the TPP time. Mr. Cummings was making rounds. You were going across the country. And what happened? Next to her, they put a man in court. Because when I asked one of the officials, he said, "Oh man, where ya? The man, every money get out the man in one county. He making rounds. He expanding his base. That's what happened. And they did it to silence Mr. Cummings. You saw, and I think hurt Mr. Cummings. You know that court case, that lie about him figuring document hurt him a lot. And that's what affected him a lot. And they did it, and then they went and they saw the whole plan they had to go after this man and rip me apart. So right now, if the tail link that we're talking about, that tail link got to be very strong, and they would need the support of the CDC if the tail link must win. But if CDC and the tail link going together separate ways, UP may steal the election. Once they steal the election, they may win the election again. UP, they are in the driver's seat. Mind you, the band part, they have 2026, 27, and 28 to deliver. They still got time to deliver. And if they can deliver, like I told one of the top, I said, look, until you guys, you can open the roads, make the legislature stable. But if your economic policy is not affecting the people, the lives of the people, it's a problem. Where people can say, well, we got jobs. We have this, we got jobs now. Unemployment is coming down. Our children can afford to go to school. If that's not happening, it will affect them. So we should not come and say, oh, you be doing this, doing that. No, they're doing what they need to do. They're in power. And to end, I will congratulate the president and his wife for 53 years of marriage. That's something very, very significant. I salute them. President Bouaka and Madam Katuma Bouaka, congratulations on your 53rd wedding anniversary. And there's no reason why they can't celebrate today. They should celebrate. Come on now. They are president of the country. They will celebrate. You can't say they might celebrate. If our president today will be celebrating too their wedding anniversary, they won't celebrate it. They will celebrate it. So that one, I don't should hold the president for that, for celebrating his wedding anniversary. And also about the fast and prayer. Liberia definitely, they say that. Liberia definitely need to fast.
With that, Hulk Hogan and
well, no, that's part of the celebration. But what amazes me is the fact that we're talking about Liberian economy. The president, they hired this foreign chef to cater to the celebration today.
Well, if that's for that, I condemn that. I think there are a lot of Liberians who have gotten that contract to do it. So whoever organized that anniversary celebration, that person must be exposed. That what they did is not fair. There are Liberian caterers who can do a better job.
People right to the airport there, you got a Ghanaian chef.
You can't have a Liberian, a foreign,
can you imagine?
Caterer to do that. That's wrong. You got Liberians who can do a better job, and it can make that money that we have made tonight will help their families and into our economy. The people will take that money and fly out of the country tomorrow and gone. So I think that went wrong. So look, let us congratulate the first family for their wedding anniversary. And if I was president today, I would be celebrating my wedding anniversary. Of course, I would do it with pride and dignity at the country. I mean, I'll do it. And then the president.
And I'm getting messages that the celebration will continue tomorrow. The celebration will continue tomorrow while other families will be praying.
Well, Papa, I mean, that'd be fair. Now, if you talk about chef,
worship and pray for the nation. And especially so, 178 years. We just celebrated 178 years of an anniversary. With a beautiful oration by the national orator. People, let us not just criticize, man. Look, we should celebrate tomorrow. We should pray for our country tomorrow. Let's pray for the country.
Yeah, but
the president celebrating it. They not finished the wine and beer yet. They finish it tomorrow. So we're gonna
the president and the president
imagine drinking beer and wine.
I think let them be great.
So they should drink and marry me while other people praying. They can't eat.
That's why you don't give up power easily. That's why you don't rush to give up power.
Tell me they can't take what they gave you already. So don't worry. Garguah, Peabody.
That's why you don't rush to give up power under 10,000 votes. You're supposed to go and check it good and make sure it's all right before you give it out.
Don't do that.
Not it's hurting. It's hurting because you're not going to get. But we talk about hiring foreign chefs. Look at our airport. Look at the business class. Who runs it? It's not a Ghanaian. It's run by a Ghanaian.
That person is paying though. It's paying us to rent that place. But for
so Liberia can't do that with the given.
No, I understand. But for
we don't have trust in Liberia. I'm in Moda. We're trying to get the bid for that place to secure that place. The token goes to Ghanaian.
He got a bigger bid. He got Commerce Ministry.
No, but that'd be ownership. That place should not be given to Ghanaian. That's something Ghanaian would never ever do. To have a Liberia run.
You know what they're making? They're making jollof rice. They're making fried chicken, and it's not even good because I've been there. They're serving the most cheap the wines.
Bro, you know about those things. You know about them very well.
The wines. I don't even know what kind of wines are those. They're serving liquor. I mean, come on, man. If you're going to have these foreign entities and these foreign professionals do these things, then bring the best of it. We pay for it. But I went to the lounge and I was surprised to know that they're serving wines, right?
I would pay for it.
Tomatoes.
But you know about those things.
I would pay for it.
Man, the people who go to the lounge are fortunate people. They're not people who can. It's $50 to enter.
Yeah,
$75 to enter.
Yeah, so what?
So-
You want to tell me a common person can't go in there?
I don't, if the common person can afford, all I'm saying is the people who go in there are fortunate, whether they're local or international, they can afford $75 for 2 hours, whatever the case is. What I'm saying is, if you're going to charge $100, then make sure you have the top of the chef in there. Don't give me jollof rice, don't give me a burnt fried chicken. If you're going to hire a foreign chef, then that foreign chef should bring on board some international cuisine. That's what I'm saying. But if you're going to provide the local stuff and the below standard stuff, then you know what? Give that money to a Liberian chef. Train that Liberian chef.
Yes.
Why should the executive mansion hire a foreign chef and give him $10,000 to cater the anniversary when a Liberian chef could have gotten that money and put that money back into the economy?
But Robert, the president said, "Love Liberia, build Liberia." He's doing.
But you see the contradiction, right? You see the contradiction.
Wow. What did I say? Why you don't take time to check your number before you go and give it up? Huh?
No, I commend the president. The president.
So they're showing you that partner.
That's right. Mr. Namwe, we brought in a French. I'm just kidding. I don't know. I know they brought you foreign, but it gotta be for that man to come and cater or bring the food into Liberia. He gotta be paid specially to make that happen.
There you go.
Mr. Namwe.
Yeah.
What is wrong with us?
It's us.
It's us, right?
Yeah, I mean, Uncle Joe grew up eating tabasoye, so I don't know if that guy can cook and prepare tabasoye.
He's the executive chef at the Cape Hotel.
There you go. That's in Ghana, right?
No, that's
by the executive mansion. I mean, by the
it's showing the puppet is president now. You don't expect him to be eating tabasoye then every second.
Okay,
Yeah.
We have.
No, listen, Doc. Let me tell you this. Carol Gray got up from here and went to get married in Paris. Where is he
Thank
today?
you.
But that was his private money.
Thank you.
So I'm telling the UP people, they're not paying attention. They keep doing the same thing. And I listen to Tomalin and I respect him a lot. I think most of what he said is dead on. Liberia is very small. For any political party to say, you know what, we'll go and grab exclusively our parties. We will take from so and take from so and take from so. That's how I will tell you, because I know this from UPP. Almost every party in Liberia has a piece of UPP in them.
Exactly.
So I know that. And we will go.
UP.
I don't disagree with you, the third lane, and the UP, the city is very powerful. I don't disagree with you at all. They have carved out a particular segment of our population, but we're breaking. We know we got to build from here and build so and build so. We'll go and take the best in all parties, UP and all, and we'll bring them in. But you're right. I think this whole argument about UP or CDC is untenable. I think it's a false choice, and our people, I think they're seeing it for what it is. But we know we have work to do, and we'll work very hard. We're not naive about it. We know the work has to be done, and we will do it. We put in the work. But to say we're going back to CDC or giving it back to UP, our people, I think they've wised up enough. I think they're smart enough, and we're counting on our people. They will deliver.
But remember, we made the same argument in 2023.
Let me go.
Mr. Game in 30 seconds, I beg you. We made the same argument in 2023 that if Unity Party already had 12 years, they're showing us what people can say is under different leadership, or you want BS. Joseph Guar was an integral part of Ellen Johnson's study 12 years. He was there. We saw the result, right? In 2023, we argued then that if it is not CDC, then Unity Party cannot be the alternative when it comes to change. Then let's try Alice Cummings now. Then let's try Dr. Clarence Manuba now. So again, what my fear is, come 2029, CDC will be a force to reckon with, like it or not. And the argument they're going to make is, in 2023, after Unity Party 12 years, you give them another 6 years. Now is our time to claim our other second term. And they're going to make that argument. And I'm afraid that Liberian people will buy into that. Until the third lane, until we see the third lane, until we start having a conversation about who they are, it'll be difficult.
Robert, don't you see right under my name? Listen, right under my name, what you see there?
A VP for administration, CMC USA.
Good.
Yeah, by the way, I like most of them.
You seen the third league? Just come on to the third
No, but
league.
Tomalin George still talking about on the third lane. We ain't announced it yet.
No,
That's okay. That's okay.
CMC for granted.
Tomalin George and Peabody, they are preachers. Everything is based in faith. You can see it. It's up there in the
Who
clouds.
said CMC for granted?
The Basa people, they let God business and law. Hey, Ahmed. The Victor Lambe said.
One minute, right? You saw what they did a few months ago when the snow was up and snow was on top of people, was like talking, making what they did to him. What do you people did? They just went away and just say, oh, they talk about treason on the man. Since that time, you see how snow are there going quiet now, very quiet. You people, no, these guys are they will do a lot of stuff. If you're in business, it will squeeze you to your business to the point where you know your business or you fight us in politics. They will do that. That people look, the guys will do it. They are infected. They will do it. And mind you, look, the courts will be in their favor. Okay, you right now the president, take it or leave it. He's one of the most powerful presidents in recent time. He has control over the legislature. President Biden has control of the legislature, the House and the Senate. He has grip over them. Whatever that president wants, he will get. He's going to get it. When the deputy speaker can say that, and the president want on the agenda, okay, what you see happening? He will get what he wants. He will end up build on. He will get it. He will get it going. Nobody will challenge him. Nobody will stand up to him. He will be. He will get more powerful. And mind you, all we hear people do protest. It's okay. Let them protest for a few hours. Okay? They go. Now, tomorrow I'm making fun to the other my guys there from Stan. They say, oh, they get 2 weeks now, power. What? They say 2 weeks. What happened? But now, because they tried, I said, but guess what?
Oh, 2 weeks.
Let me finish now. I
But
don't
the
compare the peer protest with the other protests, right? Stan, the protest you had June 7, you have all the opposition leaders in our protest. The brothers supported us. Like difference there. Stan only went alone with those who are committed to it. So you can't compare them with that. And they will try to undermine the protest, but they still brought numbers also. It went international wires. So, but perhaps there will be a greater protest that will come spontaneously. It will just happen one day. We don't know what happened if things don't get better. But they guys are determined to put a hold of grip on the country and to infiltrate any threat to the being power. So y'all don't think of a joke. Y'all keep your eyes open.
So Gamer, I just want to tell Tomalin George and Peabody that the tyranny of Joseph Boakai will be defeated at the ballot box. It may appear strong in terms of creating fear, but that will be loosened up as we go to election. So the statement you made that Boakai and he take people from NCP lose that opportunity. When Boakai took over the country, probably had they not been so arrogant and vengeful, they would have been able to have Legman stand to support them. When you go into government and start to target these ordinary young people who just making $50 and $75 and take them from job, you think a serious politician will trust you? You rather do think Thomas Falla. When it comes to a situation where there is an election now open, you'd rather clear now that Thomas Falla will go with a Boakai?
He will do it. He will.
I don't think so.
But no, let me tell you something.
He will.
I don't think so, Tomalin.
I will leave Tomalin there to continue to sleep on that. But I just want to say this to you. Like I said, I don't tend to come here oftentimes to try to litigate CDC and UP, because my thing is the government that is in charge must be held accountable for what is committed to the people. But if we just want to do things on the basis of tangibility in terms of 2 years. In CDC 2 years, we were on that military hospital. We have built the road in Claratown. We have put that road down over $1 million. I was on that project. We have broken the ground for RIA road in 2 years. In 2 years, we have put 2,000 extra.
But you still didn't finish it though until you left. You didn't finish it.
I agree. No, what I'm saying to you,
Okay.
I'm saying to you, he said the sun. He's talking about sun. And then some of the sun that you will look at. Now, when we on the level, we should reference data. all data on Liberia today, the Afrobarometer report to the World Bank and everything says a poor, everything gets a poor reflection. How then do you say sound? We must base sound on data, on facts, on evidence. World Bank report tell you something different. Afrobarometer report tell you different. From the president's own mouth, he tells you something different. For you to say that, in my view, is trying to fit in, but it does not reflect the reality. Now, you want to put CDC and UP, let's put a 2 years record together. Let's just look at it. In 2 years, CDC put close to 2,000 teachers back on payroll. Teachers and nurses who are on payroll being paid by the international community. When they left, they were to be put out. CDC put them back on payroll. In 2 years, and CDC were paying WIAC fees for all high school students. And so also for university students, public education in 2 years.
All the good things saying. Then how come CDC, why they don't maintain in power? Why the people CDC?
What it says is that the people education goes beyond that. Listen, CDC was a party that campaigned for 12 years. That it was not better than so Akami. Even though a bill supposed spark, but that was not enough. Even though a bill pays children school fees, that was not enough. The people want a job. I said that to say, if you are to compare, if you are to say Bwaga is making sound, point to those tangible. Say to me, look, CDC built a Bwaga built a stadium. That's tangible. CDC built the RLA road, broke ground for RLA, Bwaga breaking ground for the road from Railway Center to Sando.
I will not get myself involved in that debate because the people were not impacted. So why should I get on? Not impacted. So what should I debate? I can issue for.
I'm not debating. I'm going to remind you of history. I'm saying
I can argument. I can debate your opinion.
I'm saying to Dr. Peabody that the Liberia deserve more than a president calling a reconciliation meeting. Do you consider that as an achievement?
What do you start from? That shows leadership. That's where it starts from. And you should have gone to those meetings. You should have gone to the reconciliatory services. You should have gone there. That's where leadership starts from.
Okay.
The failure of the government is not about Jowiya present or absent. If Jowiya choose to absent himself from a national program, it's on Jowiya. That does not excuse the government excesses. That's the point.
Thank you.
Look, Sidiki, you can make
the case. One minute, guy. We got somebody on the line. Your name and where you calling from?
I'm Anthony Kumpa. How you doing, gentlemen?
Fine.
So I've sat back and listened to all of you make your different points, which are very valid. I just wanted to talk about a few things that are happening in and around our region that we cannot.
Very low.
In Ivory Coast, President Alassane Ouattara today announced that he will be contesting for the presidency come October 25th, 2025, this year. He has also allowed his legal system to basically deprive key opposition figures from participating in that election. Laurent Gbagbo, who was acquitted by the ICC, Guillaume Soro, Charles Blegude, and Tijan Tiam of the PDCE, the party of the founding father of Ivory Coast,
we're discussing African politics now?
I'm coming to come right back to Liberia, but I just want to tell you things that are happening.
Who's speaking?
Who's speaking first? Yeah,
Mr. Kwon, that's Mr. Kwon.
Thomas,
I listened to Brother Tomalin speak fear. All that I heard from the brother is speaking fear that the government will squeeze people to the extent that everything the government wants, the government will get.
I'm taking grandma now.
Lest we forget those approaches didn't result to anything good for our country, as our history will tell us. in my mind, this government has done very little with respect to reconciliation. It is one thing to talk reconciliation. It is another thing to do everything in your power to reconcile the country. While we appreciate the president's action to give respectable burials to past leaders of the country, we want to encourage the president to do more about his relationship with current past leaders in the country. One of the reasons that we have a lot of tension in Liberia today is because of the president's approach to former President Weah. Now, there will be Liberians who will want to sugarcoat. I, for one, do not do that. The president, if some of you can recall, during his day as opposition to Judge Weah, never referred to President Weah as President Weah. Go and play all the tips from the past. You will always say Judge Weah, Mr. Weah, Judge Weah, Mr. Weah. Gentlemen, let's be honest here. Our country, Liberia, is the place that we all will go home to one day. For a president elected at that age, he should be grateful to the people of Liberia. But I think he's doing very little in terms of reconciliation. No matter what people will say, George Weah remains a formidable political force in Liberia. For the next 30 years, George Weah will be a force in Liberia. To look at such an opposition figure in the country and try to reduce them to nothing, it means you're calling for problem in the future. And we should begin speaking this directly to the president of Liberia to make him understand he is the father of the nation. When he leads reconciliation, everybody else follows the president. So I just wanted to talk on the Africa's thing to let Tomalin know that all the things that Ouattara doing to go for a fourth term is causing a lot of chaos in Africa's, and it must have, and Africa's could degenerate into something very crazy by October this year. That's something we should not forget about. The young man in Guinea is doing everything to entrench himself in power, and the opposition community are rallying in Guinea. So a lot of things are happening around us that should make us to think twice about how we talk about reconciliation and how we approach our governance in Liberia. And that's what I thought to touch on this evening. So thank you for the opportunity to
Thank you. Let me tag on quickly to what Chief
we should understand
said,
that
right?
Liberia situation is we in different scenarios, different. Look, the people Liberia, we sat down in this country recently. The Supreme Court ruled in favor of the sitting speaker. We did nothing but it. And then the Liberia will react on something. Look, we shouldn't be comparing this country with Liberia.
Tomalin, I don't be fooling boy. I can say you can rig election in our country.
Hey, my brother, my man.
The fact that you guys, you're part of opposition is
understand that
being completely negative. You don't see any good when someone does something. That's your part of opposition.
I mean, I understand what happened because the people in power, they go to the post tomorrow.
Robert,
my thing is this.
please tell me some of the good that people not do so I can comment it.
I mean, I'm talking about no good and thing. I'm talking about.
Well, you guys will never see it because you guys still feel you're running campaign here. That's why you're talking like you're running campaign.
Look, Chief, let me tell you this: the way you just said, right? This government having absolute control of all three branches of government. We already factored that in. We know that. Once we got past but we had remedies. I mean, you saw the MCC report already. We will squeeze it out of their mouths. You understand me? What did Koji not do here? Koji was in the street with cutlasses, but where are they today? So the UP, they can go ahead and own everything in Liberia. We'll find a way. We tear at it.
What's my leader start to
thank you. Tomalin, wait. Tomalin, I want to re-echo Mr. Namwi's point. Okay. Listen, we've seen it almost as if we've watched this movie before. So we mute ourselves.
We actually have watched it before, Robert.
We have watched this movie before. When you talk about a powerful leader in Liberia, who was more powerful than Charles Taylor, even given the circumstances? You talk about having control of the judiciary branch, the legislative branch, the security. Who more powerful than
Supreme Court
Charles
issue
Taylor.
a rule, issue a decision,
Well,
the president say you're not
well,
going to
what I am saying is, when compared to previous leaders, you can't mention Joseph Boakai. In fact, even before mentioning that, we both would agree, and all of us on this platform would agree, that Liberia has, if not the most powerful president in the world, one of the most powerful presidents in the world, but unique to Liberia, because we do not have the three branches of government that are supposed to do check and balances. We don't have a robust legislature that check and balance the president. We don't see these fierce debates when it comes to policies and issues to ask the question that are necessary to be asked. We don't see these 10, 15 hours hold up in Congress, right? Talking about the issues. We see glimpses of few folks who are really smart. Amar Khan the last time was talking about the financial sector area and asking some really, really tough questions. We see, what's his name? Even though I've criticized him a lot, we see Senator Darius DeLon talk about some of these issues. But generally, we don't have a political institution that is strong enough to withstand the power of the executive branch of government. Same can be said about the judicial branch of government. We don't have that in our country. But one thing that I've learned, and one thing that history has taught us, is that you can be as powerful as crack cocaine. You can get as high as you want to get. You must also remember that it's momentary. It's very momentary. It goes and it comes. Where is Charles today?
Robert, where's the guardrails in place right now? Where's the guardrails in place right now to keep this government in check?
So here's what I'm saying. I agree.
But money,
but here is the mistake.
Why are you proposing? Why are you proposing the government check? What are you proposing?
Listen.
Can I learn real quick, please?
Yeah. Please go ahead and learn.
So here is Dr. Peabody, Gilman, and others. We agree, and you know what? Even some seditionists agree. President George Weah was too lenient. President George Weah was too peaceful. President George Weah was too relaxed. President George Weah was thinking perhaps this is at his own fault. This would not have happened under Charles Taylor. This would not have happened under Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. This would not have even happened under Joseph Boakai. But does that mean that the actions taken by George Weah should not be commendable when we talk about the peace and the security of our country? No. But this is a lesson learned from CDC. It's not a lesson that they should go back if given an opportunity to be vengeful. No. It's a lesson to say, you know what? We must do things differently. But I'll tell you this. This whole power you talk about, these guys are not more powerful than the voters, than the people. The executive mansion and those close to the president today are enjoying themselves. Tomalin. But we don't have to be at the executive mansion to enjoy ourselves in Liberia right now. We can have our own section at our homes in Liberia. We can go to different places and have our own section in Ghana and Ivory Coast, in Kenya, South Africa. We don't need that. But 90% of the masses they are struggling. The prayer and fast we're doing tomorrow, a lot of these folks don't even know how to hustle, what they're going to eat on Thursday, because you're stopping the hustle tomorrow. What I'm saying is very simple, Tomalin. The president is setting himself up if he thinks that the strategy to good governance, the strategy to addressing all of these key issues, economic issues, healthcare issues, infrastructure issues, if you think that the strategy is a call for a national prayer and fast, that strategy is failed on arrival. If you think the strategy is to have grip on all of these key sectors to hold power and be powerful, that strategy is failed on arrival. I think the biggest point this government can take leading to 2029 is to ensure that the lives of the Liberian people are being impacted, is to ensure that all of the promises that they made and the things that they said they would do differently that CDC did not do, they need to ensure that at least 50% of those things are accomplished. If not, I do not see any other strategy that gets them reelected.
But listen to me though. Let me
say this very coming. Let me just say this very coming. Look, let me tell you something. Class Reloaded is not an accident. It's to put guys like you and guys like Witherspoon out of business. We know that.
Yep.
The government bringing petroleum to sell today is not an accident. It's to push Shrimex and Musa ability out of business. We understand all of that. But
Thank
we
you.
know that we already factor those things in, and we have a plan B. We know the government is going to put up a fight, but we have our own strategies, and we will challenge them. I just wanted to put that in. You can
Yeah,
go
but
ahead.
so let me
They should not even be doing that. They should leave that business to.
Thank you. They're doing it, though. They're doing it. But to Tomalin's point, this is power. This is power. But how you use your power can affect
but
you.
listen now, that's my point I'm making right also now. Now, Robert, you said it good, but guess what happening? In order for you to undermine the efforts, you need that person, that potential candidate to be visible and be intentional and be vocal. But if you know if you do all that stuff, you don't have nobody. So that the very now give example, right? My Solina friend, I watched it the other day. The guy who's planning to run for presidency, one guy right now. He's campaigning right now. I saw the guy drawing crowd, and the election I think is 2028. The guy, he's drawing crowd. He's going after. Look, and how you do it in politics. You can't just be saying we were 2028 right now. We don't know. You start right now. Like if they say okay, like if talking about like for instance, like what happened today, that what happened recently. You get on the road. Say, okay, I'll be in Bunkers tomorrow. You're having a rally there. Do something. You be moving and be taking the government to top. But you just watching and waiting for 2029 to come go election start. You guys will consolidate, be stronger, and by the people you expect to be the one to engage them, they will all be in.
But already started to intimidate people around you. Look what it did to Seneca.
It's what I did today. For the last 40 years, and they ought to bring in 10,000 of petroleum product. Like you said, really, who they targeting? They targeting Musa ability. They go, okay? And they'll continue to do more. And they feel that they can struggle him where he feels that he cannot talk, that they'll be comfortable with that. So
that's what they want to do.
You need a leader. If the people who want to be president can be more vocal, be on the road, be in counties, not just look, visit county, go to various counties, make your tour. It's expensive. But if you cannot do that, you people continue to consolidate, you hold a grip. And I won't be surprised if
let me tell you,
but
the
today,
best consolidation.
I said Boga will run. The person said Boga not running, he will run. I believe he will run still. He will still run. And he runs, they believe that they can take him to the promised land. So we'll see the leaders who want to be president tomorrow, who want to be elected. You gotta be visible. You gotta be visible. Be on the trail, engaging the people, deploy a message, and making the contradiction. You gotta do it. But if you don't do it, you want that 3 years from now, it's a joke.
They'll forget you. They'll forget you.
Until you do it right now, you be in the driver's seat, though.
But I think when you talk about leader must be visible, I think you can specifically be talking about Joey because Musa Belede is visible. He's present. He's been talking.
Let me learn.
Brother, you get learn that now.
You don't
have the somebody talk. You CDC. Call your brother. You should be on the camera show. Don't
why you going hard, my brother, to this? What's going on?
No, Robert, what you said, Robert?
I said, why the two men going hard on you today? I don't understand what's going
on. Because they are flip floppers.
Pewee.
No. Yeah. But let me. I was speaking.
Let me bring
something.
Let a man speak.
Yeah, I was talking to my cutting off.
Go ahead,
Yeah, I'm unable to be doing the exchanges because I feel the audience out there need to listen. So when somebody try to cut me, I just give them the chance. But the point I'm trying to make is this. There is no excuse because
I knew you're gonna highlight that.
Because perhaps we are maybe not talking the way Tomalin may want him to be talking, or what you call the other guy, Momo, what the other board is the other board are really not talking. That is still no excuse for Boyka to misbehave the way he's doing. So let me
ask you this. Let me ask you. Don't you think when you abdicate and give your protest to stand and you stand behind it, don't you think you're diminishing yourself as CDC? Why didn't you guys do that protest? It's because
Okay,
you
so
don't.
so
Because,
so so so
is it because?
no no no.
Wait now.
Yeah.
Looking at what you did in Nimba.
Give me a yell.
What are you afraid of?
You next.
Are you afraid to come out and take a stand? I mean, in Nimba, you support 3 candidates.
I think on the radio, I think on the thing I told you, CDC strategy in Lima was wrong. It didn't make any sense to me. There was no need because the thing was I advocated at the time that look, if you allow UP to win, it embodies Jeremiah Kuhn. Ignore whether it was CMC, it was this. Bring the opposition together. If you don't want to put it on candidate, support one and go and win. There was a possibility there. I thought it was a missed opportunity. That's why he embodied Kuhn. So that was a missed opportunity. I hope that they learn from there. But the point I want us to focus on, the action of the government misbehavior is not as a result of Georgia in action or abilities in action. What is ultimately will happen is the Liberian people will be the ultimate decider to the point. Listen, when Darius DeLong won Thomas Fowler, he was not a big name politically compared to Fowler. But at the time, the people would have wanted anything but a CDC candidate on the ticket. It could be the same thing we will be going through. If we does not stand up to show that he can lead the people, if Musa Bello does not do the same and so forth, the Liberian people will revert to a thing that it will be anything else but the United Party. Because listen, look, we talk these things in the comfort of our homes. We sit down, we relax. Peabody flying business class back and forth, coming. Costa giving you a different picture of the country. He's not talking to the real people. That's why he doesn't understand what's happening.
I can't talk about the revenue. You
Yeah, I love. If I can afford it, I would do it.
Pewee, are you flying business class too?
So let me. I think.
No, answer the question, man.
The man always hide behind somebody. You want to have a Costa flying business class? They hide behind somebody comment. Why you always hide behind who?
Listen, you get Pewee shit.
Mention Torgbean.
Pewee got the floor.
Progressive brother speaking.
We listen to you a lot today, Ahmed. So please give us some time to talk also.
I know he's just yelling.
And I thought that Ahmed approached just as a knee-jerk approach towards the whole thing. It was a knee-jerk type of way to say someone flying business flying all of things. Peabody being a very noticeable man in this place, and he threw a lot of things, and he impacted before this government, before even the real government. Peabody flew the way.
But I didn't say Peabody fly business class on the ticket of government. I didn't say that.
No,
I said no. I'm not saying he's being sponsored by government. I'm
you
saying
insinuated. You don't have to say it that way.
No. It has no connection. I'm saying Peabody is far away from the reality. From what's happening on the ground. It doesn't mean that somebody buying his ticket. I know he can afford it. Yeah, he's not connected to the everyday happening in Liberia. That's what I'm saying.
So I fly business class. I mean, I'm not connected to the everyday people.
Mama, you're a great boy, man. You can be there.
Let me put it this way. And you
where your boy be at though? They say in a 5-star hotel. We can see
from the beginning of this show tonight.
Sorry, Sylvester, go ahead, man.
Good. From the beginning of this show tonight, you said something and I objected to it, and I said some of the reasons. And you further justify what I was saying when we started the show first. That your strategy you used in Nimba was a terrible strategy. You said it just now. And I told you it was due to the ineffectiveness of your party that led the people to come, the people that you deemed to be incapable.
Oh, you coming back on me? I try to avoid you. I think I need to can't deal with you now too.
No. But you know, there's nothing you deal with me. I'm discussing what you said, and I'm trying to perforate what you said basically, and just move forward again. And against the backdrop of your analysis just now, what I'm saying to you is that the approach, and I agree with you, the approach you took as an institution was terrible in the mechanic, right? And it further emboldened the current vice president. Then how do you believe moving forward that what you've done, they will not be trigger more things to move on, that they will prepare to not even allow you to come close to what even you did the past time? And that's one of the reasons why we as independent thinkers now, we're trying to navigate the way forward for a tear wave. And that tear wave will go a long way in trying to liberate the people of Liberia from the economic degradation that they from the two political institutions, the Unity Party and that of the CDC. Here, what I will say is, in recent, government is important. As president of a country, you have to care and you pay attention. If you can pay attention and care to the presidency, it's a serious problem. Now, what Bouaka may not be in charge of the presidency, as I can say, but he cared. And that's one of the main things that's unfolding in the country. You see, he will come and declare this thing intentionally to bury former president, fast and prayer. So he got some level of consciousness towards the presidency and the responsibility thereof, if you will. So what we can do is to counter those kind of arguments as people. We're going to raise the debate now. There's a need for a tell women the two political parties. If you combine the time they spend, the massively fail the people of Liberia. There's no opportunity, I want to believe, the CDC or the United Party are going to come back to power soon. No, I don't think so. If not, if he had not taken for a tailwave to come out, I'm afraid Bouaka will just come back to the Liberian presidency. And so that's one of the things we have to do. CDC would have done, you admit, and the CDC would have done a better job to just retire Bouaka 2023. That was the massive plan. And how would you have done that? The best way to have engaged the though Myean was out of the stage at the time, we have pacified the former warlord with an intentional management skill, but you didn't do that. What you did, you got into a combative kind of a relationship with him that pushed him to support someone that nobody expected today to be the vice president. Nobody expected him to ever be the vice president of Liberia. It was not by his capability to do those things. It was because this man that was very much considered as an adult in Niba County took this man here to the main vice president. How can you now come and say these people will not even be an option to the world the kind of what they are having? And I think now I've been saying, my brother, when someone is having do you know the reason why our brother Pumpa was just talking about not too long ago? The reason why you see President Ouattara, 83 years old, saying he's going to contest the elections come the next Ivorian elections. Do you know why? Because he do have this state mechanic. All of those things that govern is on the state, he controls them. That's a difficult part of power if you don't manage it. If you have power, it's so unfortunate that people like you, I thought, probably would have brought some serious level of contribution towards the system if you were allowed to make play some strategic role. I believe you are a diehard partisan, but they didn't allow people like you to come in the bureaucracy, in the decision making of the bureaucracy and other things, as you said. Why would a vice chair of a political party be lamenting today that they approach in a particular area or something? So all these things unfolded. Unfortunately, I would have convinced myself, like people like Ahmed, if they were given the opportunity to play some major role in decision making, shifting policy, today everybody would have been in power. But the blatant decision to overlook certain things and just want to go with the fun and patent-interest aspect of the presidency, not looking at the material protection of the Liberian presidency, cost the CDC a very big thing today that all of you, and some by extension, all of us are correctly lamenting. And it's going to go a long way. And if care is not taken, it may even catapult this woman back to power for the next 6 years. Then it will be the demise of the Guar presidency, then the new era of discussion in the CDC party as to where the party is going to go next. We have to come on. It's a serious problem with this.
But you see, the thing is, Pewee, when we talk about Bouaka wrong and Bouaka being replaced, I don't know why is it all of you tend to center around the option only to Guar. For me, to be honest with you, while it is true I don't rule Guar up, I don't also only look at the only option going forward. But you see, so that is where you limit. What I'm telling you,
I said the tailway.
So listen. What I'm telling you is this: what is happening in the country? If it continues, neither Guar nor Bouaka will decide how the Liberian people will decide, because they want better. They want better. So the thing I'm saying to you, look, sometimes a man creates a situation, but sometimes situation creates a man. So we in the second year, the president has admitted that it's bad. If the president says that again in 2 years, in 4 years from now, that look, it's even worse, you think the people will care whether it is a weir or a this? They will want redemption, they will want hope.
I mean, it's not even 4 years. 4 years too much. Even the next year, he said it's done.
So the only thing I think the Braga government is hoping on, and we are hoping on, because to be honest with you, when the people suffer in the country, it breaks out of us heart. With all that thing we talk here, when Braga said the country is hard, you live in America, you felt it more than the way you hear it every day, because it was coming from the mouth of the president. So we are praying that they can get it 500 million or whatever. Hopefully, it creates some job and ease some tension. But the truth is, when it comes to election, brother, you know how Braga won the election? We agree CDC has its own challenges. If you look back at some of the things CDC did today, if you look back in the start of Canada, you say, what? CDC ready to achieve all of those things? But the opposition bloc was just clear that they just didn't want we are. It was clear. So just imagine Prince Johnson had left, yet the people could not govern that majority kind of a vote. When we want to put one about 14 counties, different. They want or 17 votes. The point is, as we proceed to 2029, anything will emerge. Now, what happens in politics? The perception. If the perception continues to persist in the minds of the people, that Braga is not performing, and that mindset evolves around the country, my brother, it becomes difficult to go and say anything else. When it was clear, when the people just had a perception that cities were doing nothing, even the road was very, there was nothing. The very students' school fees that we are paying, the government are paying mean nothing. The university students who are going, for the first time going to university free, it meant nothing to them because why? The better person now, the Union Party understands that. They knew that they were able to propagate to win. They think that they can do the same thing, but it's different now. They're on the other side. They're on the other side now. They think that they can lie to win. That's why they had the audacity to talk about 5 billion is in a place to borrow. They took yellow machine, 3 of it, walk around Barovia and come around because they believe that it's easier to propagate yourself to win. So but eventually, when the responsibility comes to you, brother, you cannot propagate yourself. When you are the one responsible to put food in people's stomach and you don't do it, there's no way you can propagate. But I can say to them, if you put me there, I will put food in your stomach every day. There is a possibility that someone will believe it.
So let me chime in for a second, Ahmed. You see, and I've said this to folks behind closed doors, and a lot of times I'm attacked and labeled as someone who has a soft spot for George Weah, and I'm a sedition. No, I'm not. And I've always said that come 2029, I would not be bullied into joining a political party or political institution that I don't believe have the institution that I think our politics need, right? I would not join a political party based on friendship and love for tribal affiliation, none of that. I want to join a political party based on shared ideas and vision for the country. But I think the mistake CDC made, and CDC would agree to it, is that all of the things that CDC did, all of the accomplishment you talk about in 2 years that CDC did not have the machinery to really talk about these things that they did. It's one thing to promise what you're going to do on the campaign trail. People are listening. It's another thing that once you are elected and you are doing these things, to have a machinery that actually, right, speak on these promises made. You talk about George Weah giving scholarship to students. How did Liberian people know about that? A lot of things were talked about that really did not matter. They're doing the very election. The CDC had government, the CDC had the resources, they had the money. I was surprised to know that we learned a lot of things that were achieved under CDC, Mr. Gay, man. After the fact, you remember when the former vice president appeared on the closing argument?
Somebody get a feedback, guys.
Right.
Let's
unmute ourselves. You remember when the former vice president visited us and she made her inaugural visit to the closing argument? It was then that I learned that the CDC had done and invested in rehabilitation in a different county. I can't quite remember the county that she talked about. There were many things that were accomplished under the CDC that Liberians did not know about. Now, what the Unity Party took advantage of was the fact that they understood CDC weak point. CDC weak point was not only this whole narrative that George Weah was a football player. We knew that. Was not that narrative that George Weah appointed thugs and incompetent people, right? In some areas, it showed because the president was trying to show loyalty, right? But it was this idea that what should have been at the forefront, which was the substantive things, the tangibles, were not properly propagated. And so the Unity Party have taken advantage of that. Why you think they have the class reloaded after 2 years? They don't. That's not by mistake. They have the class. Why you think they're coming up with lies about $500 million in compact when they know that they have not even got to that process? You cannot negate the fact that in politics, especially in a society, in a gullible society such as ours, where majority of the people don't know better, don't know what's good for themselves, it's important to make sure that you have the right machineries, you have the right mechanism in place, right, to speak on the issues and speak on the successes of your government. If you fail to take hold of that, your opponent will take advantage of that. And that's what the Unity Party did. My fear right now is that since this election, I do not expect President Weah to be out there speaking. Listen, it's diplomatic for the former president to take a step back and allow Joseph Boakai to govern. These are not election season. These are not election time. I'm not focused on President George Weah. My disappointment with the opposition, especially the most popular party in Liberia right now, is that we have not seen the voices of the CDC like we did during Unity Party. During Unity Party, you had the drive. Do you know how many days we spent on the drive going back and forth with John Lobo? They had a unified tone, narrative that they pushed, even if it were lies. They had that. They even have that now that they're in power. We don't see the voices of the CDC now. Yes, you're doing your bed. You're coming here and you're speaking. Yes, Agara's Gray is on the spoon. He's speaking, but that's not what we're talking about. And so the CDC, to some extent, is making similar mistake that they did during the election. The question now is, when will they get their act together to really speak on the issues? And the issues and the facts are, this government has failed on their promises. We can see semblances, we can see signs of progress, whatever you mean. When it comes to the tangibles, when it comes to the facts, when it comes to the true issues that matters on healthcare, we're still suffering. On jobs, we're still suffering. On the economy, we're still suffering. On private sector job investment, we're still suffering. They have not done anything in relation to that.
Yeah, but
Robert, who are those speaking on these issues?
I think, Robert, I agree with you.
Ahmed, 1 minute. Listen. When we talk about leadership, and I have to agree with you, I'm talking this because I'm talking about firsthand knowledge here. We are talking about doing the right thing when we talk about governance. And I will say this, and hopefully the chairman of the CDC is listening, Mr. Cole. He and I were on the platform on the thread, and he wanted to attack Gregory Comer. He says the police is being brutal. The police beat up a woman or something of that nature. That's the hijab thing. And I told him, I said, Chief, you can take the IG to task on his failure to follow the constitutional mandate. You can take him to task on that instead of going this route, because that route, if you want to score political points to satisfy your base, you can do that. But you cannot score any legal point that will last. Here, a young man came and say, this is what the IG should have done. And he stated constitutional provisions, things that you can take on the international level, you can take everywhere. But to just jump on the IG and say, oh, you beat up a Muslim woman, That is a political point that CDC cannot allow to go by. I mean, that to me, these are the kind of juvenile debate that does not carry any weight and doesn't linger. So what Robert is saying here is there's something in America they call it has already been baked into the cake. If you allow these guys to continue to lie and fabricate and say it over and over for 5 years, and then 1 year, 6 months to election time, you come say everything they've been saying since they came to power 2024 is all lie. Well, my friend, you are swimming against the tide. So the CDC and Mr. Caldwell, hopefully he's listening, because just like I told McGill when he came, McGill, if you want to win in my politics in Liberia is not that because I'm not on it. But if it comes to American politics, I gave you the playbook. This is how you win. He left from here, went home, did nothing, and guess what? The particular playbook that I gave to them is what now I'm hearing Costa is telling the Unity Party, you better go to Miami and get pallets and partners. This group that was supposed to be in the pocket on the side of CDC threw them away and it cost them. Now those guys that were recommended to them are now running the White House. Miss Wiles, Bundy, all of these people who I said you grab this group before it gets late, they drop that group now. Look what's happening. The group is now running the world. And Costa is saying, if you know what I know, grab this. If they do, if the Unity Party hires ballots and partners, it is over. Why? Because this is a group, this is a lobbying firm that we call here is like a one-stop shop. They got over 29 former senators, House of Representative judges. They got a media firm. They got a PR firm. So when you grab this group, it has your PR, your legal wings, your lobbying firm. You have all in one. So I agree with Robert. You are waiting for 3 years when this thing had already been baked. From what I can see, there is nothing like knowing your power and using it to the fullest. And I can show you, Unity Party knows what power is, and they will use it. So, Ahmed, for your own good, you heard what Pewee said. It is conjointed, disjointed, incongruent. Now, when you hear talking, you got Gray talking on Spoon, everybody talking, but you guys do not have a talking point. You're not talking in unison.
But you see, but Gayman, we're not litigating CDC, and when I come on the show to talk, I'm not talking for a CDC return. Yeah, I'm only highlighting what is unfolding in the country. What's unfolding, but I want to agree with Robert on something he said, which I agree with. CDC, before being elected, had a very strong PRO.
There you go.
We were strong on Madam Salif. I mean, we never had much in terms of finance. It was based on just PR. We ran a strong opposition, not by protest or anything, but by the PR. Gray was very effective and everything. Surprisingly, CDC took over power. It lost. By the time Eugene Nangbe left the information ministry, that whole thing died. At the LBS there, who you had there? Perhaps on the show, nobody will know who are the LBS director in terms of engaging government policy. Legend who Rennie, how many times he actually engaged or created anything?
The worst administrator in your government was that information minister.
No, he wasn't. And my friend, Gayman, he wasn't. You can't say that because the first mistake the president made through killing the PR of CDC was when he took a non-media guy And my friend, I love this guy, Sam Manin. Sam Manin was the mistake. You don't take a guy who has no experience in media, in public relations, whatever, because he was successful in connecting with the president before the election, and you made him press secretary, for instance. I mean, that was a big mistake to begin with. So at that point, how can we get back to CDC PR before the guy elected?
So I think over the last.
Yeah, but you got the former chairman who it's not even they don't want to see the former chairman who worked so hard. They don't want to see what about Malu? He worked his butts out for that party. So let's talk here. They don't want to see him.
Let's talk to him.
I think for me personally, maybe people will say Malu is my friend, but I think Malu's departure from the party was an unfortunate thing. I told the president.
Oh, you agree with me now. Thank you.
But I'm an honest man. I read a paper got through the ink. But I read a paper got through the ink. I saw my
agree now. I'm talking about it.
I come out on my own party. I comment Bouaka sometimes. But look, I went to the former president when Malu issued his letter of resignation because he didn't tell me actually that he was resigning because you know how I want to discourage him from doing so.
That's why he didn't tell you. That's why he didn't tell you.
Yeah, he didn't tell me. So by the time I got the news, I called Eugene up. I said, look, the only other option now to respect the man and stuff, say he sent a letter to the executive committee, he sent it to the president, the standard bearer. Let's tell the standard bearer to reject the resignation. Let him give us at least 2-3 months. Let us put our house in order to proceed with it. Other people, I thought Malu's person who were overshadowing their own shine, you know, so all the petty things. But yeah, Robert, you make a point. What's the way forward?
Well, don't we know dread Malu thing? They wanted Malu all
he joined quick when he talk about he joined quick.
What did I say? I said,
they wanted Malu out of that place ever since.
I'm saying to you when Malu resigned.
Malu are not wanted over there.
Let the man learn, Neo-progressive.
You are not wanted there. Malu are not wanted
there. Go ahead. I told you. I don't know. You want me to say? I said I went to the former president. That would be a mistake to allow Malu to go, because at this point the party is coming from election crisis mood. Is all over. He has the capacity to manage it until we can go. Let's tell him to withdraw his resignation. Give us 3-4 months until we can understand our process and reject it. I mean, of course, today I'm sure that's part of. That's a regret.
Why would I respond to that? Why would I respond to you?
No, not necessary. You can't be having conversation with the former president and bring it here. It's a privilege.
Then why you brought it up? You see, then why you brought it up in the first instance?
But I have to give you word to word. I just tell you, I'm not going to tell you that he said that, I said that.
No,
but let me continue. But you're a foreign minister, you're a diplomat. You will not discuss with Besson Finlay. You will not discuss Besson Finlay, and you come here for brevity and talk all the way.
I think the neighbor going to give you a hard time because he won't do that.
Why you will not bring it up?
No. The former president can't tell you, the former president said
Malu will put it
out. But Robert, to your point, and that question, I would think that should go to all of us, particularly those who are in the opposition. Communication seems to be what is lacking. CDC may lack it, but generally also it seems that the opposition, for example, CDC as a political party cannot point to one major media problem. At one time, they will either depend on Costa. If the Costa internet, they will come to closing argument, depend on Tomalin, Jordan Small. When Tomalin, Jordan internet, they will go to state. You can only control the media narrative when you own one. Unfortunately, we never did. And I make that point to say that lesson should be one. Not just CDC should learn from it, but even those of you who claiming now to want to get tailwind. That is tailwind people Tomalin there today they say the neutral will be government spokesman. Tomorrow they say it will be.
My man, you're behind time. You haven't heard of political launch. We will invite you. You come on.
Okay.
Let me tell you this.
But I conclude on this thing to say to you, Pewee. CDC was in a crisis, but Bouaka performance and behavior, I'm telling you, brother, the party is pulling back together.
I want to see a one.
The party is pulling back together. Look, I'll be honest with you. I said it today. I was really discouraged. I was discouraged with the performance. I was discouraged with the way we operated. But then when I look at what is happening now, I'm like, are you kidding me? even in the worst
then
situation.
then why you can't tap and that's we all frustrated. And the question here, therefore, now, the way this Omer's administration they are disappointed performing, why is it we're not hearing nothing strong from the CDC? Very cohesive, powerful from this person that's already popular. Not to hearing from him.
Nobody there.
To go back to the ballot box and vote 2029.
I agree.
And when the Unity Party put it, gave you chance.
That's the
When
point I
the
wanted to make.
when the Unity Party put Lambasca, you
They never give Joey a chance. That's what that's my frustration.
Why he's quiet?
In the first 90 days, Mr. Number, in the first 90 days, these guys started on
Since we on the show, I would just use the opportunity to say.
Then he will leave and go to Accra and play football all up there. Then you abandon the struggling Liberian people. You don't want to talk about
but beyond we are, beyond we are. Do you also know beyond we are? While it is true he's the head, he should set an example. But do you also know, which is my frustration every day, most of the people who were calling the shots, who perhaps their action caused us to where we are today. Right. Do you know that they can't even write a line? And just say a line. For example, closing argument is here. Do you know how many times we reach out to this guy? Look, all you need to do, just come tell your story. You serve in this place, you achieve this. Just come tell your story. Don't attack Bweka. Don't just come. They don't even want to be identified.
I mean, some of us even tell the story for the CDC. They even
right now.
They don't even want to be identified. It's very frustrating, you know. That is why, and who didn't do it. That is what I'm saying to you. That's what I'm saying to you. Elections.
But what am I wanting is the people, the Sapua, what
I agree. They will not come back. They will not. But you know what the hope lies.
These people will come back if we have to go back to the presidency.
I don't think so.
They will come back. These people,
everything. The hope lies in the Liberian people. The hope lies in the Liberian people. Because let's see, that is why the stand protest was necessary. The Liberian people proved that minus party leader, they could stand up for themselves. It's important. It's important for us to drive that message because ultimately, a beneficial of system, oftentimes, even United Party today, the 20 thing, beside the Mo Ali and the figure, most of the other and Delone, most of the other posts on it, they're quiet. They're making their money. See them. That's what happened. CDC today, I said common land. Something tell the poor, for example, LTA started building on a CDC. Every day we clean. I wrote an article say you can't claim that you doing this thing when Bweka tells you when we did it. No, come up with the receipt. Come up with the receipt. And you say you paid at school. Then let Ansu Sodi, who was education minister, want to go on platform, say August 14 will break ground. They were the receipt. These are the pictures. There's the people. Say these things. None of them. None of them want to come.
People will come back to power.
It was the same TCA. The same TCA that people accused were getting $50,000, were getting $60,000 only because we stood here and they accuse us. At the end of the day, when any government official get arrested or what, they get indicted. Where they go? They go somewhere else.
Yes, that's true. When they release them, they go somewhere else. But look, let me tell you something. That's what I'm saying. You know, that's why when I see you guys focusing on political leader, that's what frustrates me.
But I don't want that.
The focus should be on the people. The focus should be on the people. That is why I stand there. Look, the people, for example, you saw the motorboy trainer today giving demands. I'm saying that people are not taking it upon themselves, and that's good. Even though whether it was realistic, but after stand protest, you see people then coming upon themselves that look, we think we can now send it in because ultimately these people, very few, if not none, they will go in chat room whole day and talk, do something, but they will never come on radio. They will never read anything. We go on with, for example, I do True In, even though True In is not a partisan narrative, but it highlights the fault of the government. The insult I received, so that he said that he thinks about when I went through all the crap with nonsense. I mean, sorry for the language. So that you wonder what you're going through. There's a passion for the country. But then other people tend to, look, it's just unfortunate, but I'm glad that our people's eyes are open. Our people want something better, and whether we are play football in Ghana or play football in Liberia, whether Musa Berete they take gas business from him, whether the other person, the Liberian people, we're not going to sit down for mediocrity. If Baka does not deliver, he will be removed. He will move. They will vote it out.
Who are we now?
The people. Look, man, you'll be surprised. Look, Pewee. You'll be surprised. Once some money, you just wake up, you start talking a person, but they will follow Pewee. I'm telling you, brother. When people become desperate for change,
and I agree with that. If Baka don't perform, the people will take action.
When people get desperate for change, like for example, that space, he has a unique space.
It's not casting stone. It's not.
He has the last time I said it, CDC people insulted me. I said it the last time I said, you cannot pray your way to 2029. You got to work for it. Working for it first of all require the first job you need to do is to be able to have a consensus among the opposition political parties. If you can do it, so the Kehleboe Gongloe, that she's a very serious candidate.
Oh, the guys seriously launched that. They said that dinner between two guys. The guy ever.
But anyway, Robert been a very good man. I'm sure Kalasco is listening. I'm sure he's listening. I'm sure the former president is listening. Because everything you people have said is true. That look, Baka is messing up, but then the question that people ask, but what the alternative?
Nobody
it is that alternative that when the people don't see, they become frustrated. It's like a woman who has been abused in a relationship. She knows she's abused, but sometimes she go out. Maybe the next man she meet because she just oh man, let me just go back inside the because even though you will beat me, but later you will let me sleep on the bed.
Well, like I always tell my friends, quickly, sometimes, Mr. Nangwe, you know who your real friends are when you no longer have the spotlight. When you not have the spotlight, you know who your true friends are because people stay around, right? They're still speaking truth to power. They still value the friendship. Politics is a lot different. I think the president attempted in 2023 when he took over to reward folks politically. And he wasn't thinking about his legacy. He wasn't thinking about his agenda and having on board folks who had the abilities and the capabilities to really help him achieve his agenda. I think it would have been a whole different story had George Weah been given a second term. I think he was ready for that. And Matt said, the fact that some of these former officials cannot even come on platforms to talk about these key issues when they come about, to talk about these schools. I thought it was a bad mistake the president made to even appoint Professor Soni as the Minister of Education. I think that was a big mistake. He never showed up then. I don't expect him to be in the media now. I mean, he almost seemed like he had a no-show, no-go zone deal with the media.
But Robert, even if there's a controversy on your work, people say this, that you can't even provide so much clarity.
What I'm saying is the man is not equipped to be on national TV and radio and talking. I don't think he should have lasted the 6 years. But again, I would not underestimate, with all of his issues, with all of his lapses, I would not underestimate the influence, the popularity, and the tremendous love voters have for George Weah. If he decides to be involved in 2029, I would not underestimate
that. That's a fact. You underestimate George Weah going to 2029, you stay at your own peril.
Listen, nobody is underestimating President Weah. It is knowing how to leverage your power and influence. That's what we are talking about. If you bring people on board who say, look, let me tell you those that I introduce. Okay, when you talk about the group in this Florida, listen, we got a powerful Republican establishment here. Okay, Marco Rubio is now Secretary of State. Susan White, advisor to the president. Kim Bundy, Attorney General. Dave Weldon, CDC, running the CDC. Mark Ward running the national security. This is the group, man. The dean of the cabinet. Pewee and you got this is the group you have been sitting with and talking power. And
yeah, give me
and the one big some guy named Bakara Salah. Yeah, go ahead.
Before you continue here, Kehleboe is asking the question and I see it stay highlighted. And see what's there. I told Mr. Nambe needed because we needed to respond.
No, but ask Gamer, he right here asking to get a
I put it also to Gamer. I know too many 11 all up to there. I think he had made so many. But I want to ask Mr. Nambe because Mr. Nambe took a bit on the show. You Gamer, do you agree with what Kehleboe say? You're not responding. The man says Sonny, but why you not?
I can't see it from here.
The man is saying, can you read? It says Kehleboe Gongloe. Victor, he referencing Victor particularly.
That's right.
Victor, CMC lunchtime is a dinner talk between two persons who are not connected to the grassroots and do not understand the issue of the grassroots.
Who are those two persons he's talking about? Who are those two persons he's talking about?
But he referenced Mr. Nambe.
I know Mr. Nambe, but he's on the show. Who are the two persons he talk about at lunch? They don't talk. They talk about.
Mr. Nambe can answer that question. Mr. Nambe, who are those?
I told Ahmed we'll invite him to the political lounge. The political lounge has been is a platform that has been launched by the CMC. It is managed by the CMC. We make appearances. Grace Guar, who is our colleague here, and Francine Richardson, who is also on the Spoon Network, they are the regulars.
Also, these are the people you're referring to as having a dinner talk?
I believe, Mr. Pig Farmer here, that's what he's talking about, but it's okay.
Okay, guys.
That's a good start. I think you guys should push it, make it big,
Amen. Let me tell you this.
No, but Mr. Nambe, you should go shot at Kehleboe. Ask Kehleboe.
Yeah,
instead of his brother sweeping and walking around with brooms.
I'm telling you, right?
What was the last time his brother?
Man, you know,
Kehleboe let us throw shot here and there, but when it hit home, he run away.
Yeah,
ask him that.
Let me say this to Mr. Nambe before you continue.
Yes.
When was the last time his brother? He's been around since God was a boy. When was the last time he established a network, a PR system for his own movement? Ask him that, Mr. Nambe.
Exactly. Mr. Nambe, before you come in here, let me say this. I think this CMC launch thing is a conversation that started that would eventually encapsulate.
That's a good thing.
A lot of political agenda, if you will. So I believe that Mr. Gongloe's own statement here is a side talk. It's a side tracking conversation.
Okay, guys.
Your sister ran her campaign Nimba. This is not her first term in Nimba. What's the PR system you guys created in Nimba? You guys are household naming like Brent Politics. That Bron will eat.
Okay, guys. Okay, guys. You got a caller. Your name and where you calling from?
Yeah, thank you very much, my dear brother Gilbert.
What the man name?
We're sure, guys.
Your name. Where you calling from?
This is Abraham calling. I'm calling from the state of New Jersey.
Go ahead.
Although I got in on the topic at the time Ahmed was talking about the position of ex-government officials. I mean, you guys are really on point. You understand? A lot of injustice has been done to the whole administration by her own former officials. All right, case in point, I know you talk about the answer Sony, but there was a guy, the deputy education minister, that a lot of the things were trying to do. Latin that, what is the data, right?
Yeah, he did speak. He did speak. He spoke up. He did speak.
Okay, no, I mean, I understand. What I'm saying, it shouldn't be a one-time thing. The only minister I see have been the sufferers out there defending some of his position is former Minister Pewee. He speaks honestly almost on a periodic basis to try to explain some of those things to the Liberian electorates. Like you talk, quite honestly, like you talk about the education sector. There is no groundbreaking for anything, but the glory of everything has been taken by the United Party-led government. You know what I'm saying? So those people, take for instance, the public works minister.
Ruth Coca-Cola, it's only today I saw her literally like writing some kind of law towards a guy who is a nominal government official. She was reacting to that, talking about how United Party get 95% of what they're doing as compared to CDC, and she had to come and write us something. Ruth Coca-Cola, you need to be on the press conferences telling them what you did when it comes to road infrastructure in our country. By the way, you people, the opposition in its entirety is that the government in waiting. You need to start to point out some of these things that people understand, because politics in Liberia become a perception. As long as you call the man a rogue for a long time, people tend to believe that this man is a rogue. So is the case here.
But perception is reality, not just in Liberia. Perception
that's what he said. That's what he said.
Definitely, you guys are open. I just wanted to add that on, man. But again, great show. And until this season are done, my brother, it's going to be a hard thing to be sold. The United Party guys are victors, and they will continue to take every glory here. And when you say it, want to trivialize it, but that's the reality. People need to speak out.
I want to true, but man, look, the thing is frustrating, bro. Look, do you know what it means? We agree that the elections are over, but do you know what it means? For example, the former agriculture minister of CDC come in and just tell her story, what she achieved. At least let people have an idea, so that they can have something to compare to what UP is offering or UP is doing. Do you know what it means if Piso City, Minister of Gender, came on the radio to at least tell her story?
Look, I will leave you to cry or cry because I'm leaving, but let me say this. We will not be media shy. Let me tell Mr. Gongloe this.
Please, address Mr. Gongloe, Mr. Nambwe. Address
the political launch, which gets a lot of views. We also have launched a portal that we use to recruit.
Gongloe didn't even say that one. He said they're not connected to the grassroots.
Let him continue to believe that. I just wanted to let him know that we are doing politics differently. The way he and I did politics yesterday, we're not doing that anymore.
It's completely different. Absolutely.
We are not.
So when you please share the link with all Togan,
it is right there under my link, but I'll share with you.
Yeah, please.
CMCLRB.com.
But Mr. Nambwe also add, maybe that's the reason why his brother hasn't won or his sister hasn't won an election, because of that.
I like his brother, so I'm not gonna go there. Tiawan is a family, is a friend, so
I'm trying to throw shots for CFC.
I like him, and he's very fresh. I mean, he's a fresh breath, and so I wish him well. Maybe we'll collaborate in the future. But I want my brother Gongloe here, this particular Gongloe, to know that what we are doing, we are very intentional. We're very, very, very particular in what we do. You will hear from us. You will see us. Thank you guys very, very much tonight. It's been great hanging out with you. God willing, I'll be with you again tomorrow.
I look forward to the invite. I look forward to the invite for lunch.
Okay, guys. The young man was on the show, and he had internet problems. So I want to give him 1 minute to close him before we leave. Hopefully he's still up. Hello. Yes, Mr. Jones.
Yes.
Okay, you got 1 minute to do your closing. I'm sorry, we have internet problem, but you got 1 minute to your parting comment to your fans and to the Republic.
Okay, to Liberians, whom I brought, my friends and supporters, in a constitutional democracy like Liberia, the rule of law must remain supreme above all sentiments, whether political, whether social or religious. The 1986 Constitution guarantees equal protection of the law, the impartial administration of justice, and the secular nature of the state. Yet, in this case, the Inspector General Garguah, by issuing a premature apology to appease religious protesters, dangerously allowed religion to overshadow justice. This is not simply a matter of weak leadership. It is a breach of constitutional duty, a betrayal of public trust exhibited by the RG, and a precedent that threatens the very fabric of law enforcement in Liberia. by channelizing the religious group. He has eroded public confidence in the Liberian National Police and also embodied future acts of defiance against lawful authority. We will continue to be unequivocal. No citizen, regardless of religion or social standing, is above the law. Because the Constitution is clear. The law must be blind. The law must be impartial and free from external pressure. This is external pressure that pushes the RG to render premature apology to the protesters. This calls for accountability of the National Police. It undermines the equal protection guaranteed by Article 11C of the 1986 Constitution. And it also violated the second amendment of Article 14 of the Liberian Constitution. That's why I said it set a dangerous path towards selective justice. For the sake of national unity, institutional integrity, and the future of law enforcement in Liberia, we must reaffirm, I repeat, we must reaffirm that the law is supreme and no apology or appeasement can override the truth. Liberia cannot afford a police RG who is leading the police force with an unprecedented violation of the Liberian Constitution. So as such, he must resign with immediate effect or the president dismisses him. So we, as concerned citizens of Liberia, we are writing our petition already. We are posting it online. And you go on my Facebook page, you're going to see that. And we called on the president to dismiss this man. He resigned, to resign and ongoing investigation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gimman and the closing argument team, for following me the opportunity to be featured onto this show. And thank you to the Liberian people for the listening ears. Thank you to my supporters, thank you to my fans, thank you to my followers and everyone. I want to say thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, young man. God bless. Ahmed, you're closing. I'm sorry for keeping you guys here after 9.
Yeah, well, I would just close with this thing. Based on the conversation today, I think it says while we must hold the government responsible for what's happening in the country, I think it is also true that those of us or the opposition that intend to hold the government responsible must now also show action, concrete steps that demonstrate that it's prepared to perhaps fill in that gap of the government. I think as we push harder, as we push the government to move, I think it's about time we also now call on the opposition community to also demonstrate the capacity in that direction, because also of that, I think all we will be doing every day will be making noise. And of course, this game requires strategy. And so I will hope that other actors who listen to the closing argument today got free advanced consultation from these very strategic thinkers that include you, Gayman, Pewee, and of course, my brother Robert, who often claims not to be a politician, but his argument in politics seems to be very noticeable now. That I want to recruit him over, but we'll let him be. I think his independent mind is also good. But I think it was a good show overall. We look forward to tomorrow. And watch out for my article tomorrow on my sermon. I mean, my praying sermon for tomorrow, fast and prayer stuff. Watch out for tomorrow. But thank you all.
Will you please share in the chat room and send it to us?
Sure, I will do that.
Thank you very much, Robert.
It was a great show today. I thought the conversation was great. I kind of enjoy Matt today because it seemed like he was against too many people. He was against my neo-progressive Sylvester Pewee. He was against Dr. Peabody. He was against Tomalin George. And I thought he held his own.
Pewee myself, the sister, Pewee myself with cool. There are 2 men and they're gone. Nobody gone. Nobody gone.
So I thought he held his own, but again, I think that this government have a lot of work to do. You know, I don't think they should be thinking about 2029. I think they should focus more on governing the country and trying to deliver some tangibles as it relates to what they promise. Because again, 2029, a lot of us would not be, we're not going to stay so passive. We're not going to remain on the fence. Even if we don't, you know, join a political party, we will make a choice. We will support. We will support. And like I always said in 2023, I don't think that Unity Party was the alternative. I did not believe that then, and I don't believe that now. You can say what you want to say about me. And by the way, we will continue to be friends with people that we are friends with. You know, Sekou, people were saying all the nonsense. Sekou remains my brother. I speak to him all the time. Great brother. One of those brothers where he didn't let politics cloud his judgment. He was friends with everyone. These days, you go to Liberia, you can't even get some of these guys to pick up their phone calls. I don't even call them, but I hear stories all the time. Sylvester, it's funny how these guys are. You know, they when they're not in government, you know, they are the one calling people all over the place and doing this and doing that. I will not respond to Kehleboe. I will not respond. I think it's a distraction. I'm making my closing statement now. I will not read that thing. So can we take it down, please? You know, but when they're in government, sometimes you go to Morovia, Sylvester. I'm not sure if you experienced this, but you call the man, Mr. Gibman. Sometimes half of the men answer that phone. People making phone calls. I'm like, oh man, in meeting you. Oh man, I don't know. What kind of meeting you in so much you can't answer your friend call? What kind of meeting you in so much you can't come to lunch for your friend? What kind of meeting? Whole day that story. I hear the story all the time, and they get mad at me when I get to Liberia. I don't call them. I don't need them. I call a man, but I call a man before I even get to Liberia, because me and man got a special deal. I call certain people, but all the other men, I be so busy I don't call them. But this is the society we find ourselves in as a gay man. Can you imagine people you used to talk to on a regular that will call you and ask you for a favor? Now they're so busy, they can't come and come have lunch with you.
Absolutely.
That's the society we find ourselves. What kind of busy you busy in a small Moreover town or so that you can't even pick up your brother's phone? Oh my man, let's meet up, bro. But you're meeting all the Judean. We know the team, I mean, I can't even say we know the story. So I hope that as we have this conversation about the mistake CDC made and the mistake President George Weah made, I know he's listening. And you know, the next time in Liberia, I will say this right now, I will make the effort to meet the president. I have not wanted to meet the president all along when he was in power, because I didn't want people to say, oh, you see, why in Liberia now? Yeah, he succeeded. No. I could have met the president on many occasions. But when I go to Liberia my next visit, I will meet the president and we will have a serious conversation. I'm not afraid to speak my mind, because I don't need anything from George Weah. I don't need anything from no politician. But at the end of the day, I hope that CDC understands the mistake that they made. I hope the president understands the mistake that they made. I hope the president understands who his real friends are. Now we're seeing who your real friends are, who people who are loyal to the country, who are loyal to the party, who they are. But if Unity Party feel like propaganda, which is very important, you can't underestimate Henry Costa. The man is a talented propagandist. You cannot understand him. You can't underestimate him and what he's doing, the tax he's been given to do. You cannot. If you do that, it's at your own detriment. But again, if you depend on that solely to think that will get you re-elected come 2029, you're making a serious mistake. So it's always good to be on. Thank you.
Good. Pewee. You are still muted.
Yeah, quickly, where Robert concluded from, I would say, yes, Henry's propaganda is clear, but he's been seriously diluted by his inconsistency. So that voice cannot be, it will even pull away a lot of supporters if the Unity Party were to depend on that. I think they do understand the circumstances they find themselves. He's not consistent, and they believe the way he vacillates, they've been causing some problems. So I think that
basically may not go too far moving forward in the next political dispensation, if you will. And you're right, Raul, in terms of most of our comrades. One of them, even we do have a family relation, right? I even promised to never, ever even place call to him. Even before they came, we were always, even when we were at the level of the role we play, even from the advocacy day, because we already at least God, sometimes we say bless us. We were never begging for bread. We managed to enter our comrade. We sit down, we have conversation, we drink beer and together other things. But today, if you even were to dial the number, I wouldn't call your name, but most of them. I even told someone the last time, say, I would never ever dial any of those numbers. But again, trust me, if they were to see me in Monrovia tomorrow and even make an attempt to come, I would trust me. I would cut it off, because I love, and that's where you know who your true friends are. Even the attempt for me to even call your number, it's not to ask you for that. Trust me, the level, even most of them serving government, the level they live far better than the way they operate. But they don't understand, at least to maintain the relationship is what's better, right? They don't understand some of those things. Every time my brother last night, I say, hey, we are relatives. We basically call him always, oh, I'm running president, so you can stand that. Come on.
And that's what Sekou did very well, Sylvester. The very people in power right now, Sekou did not, these people who were insulting George Weah, he raised them. He was all, and I commend my brother for that.
No. That's why the last time I told someone, I said, to that Carrasco was the bridge between troubled waters, right? That's the careful word I want to use, because the reason I say troubled waters, imagine these are the troubled people from the water attacking the regime. Despite of his proximity to the president, he still managed to have a very good rapprochement relationship with those people. He connected with them. He did the widow might, as we will all refer to it. So he will do that. It don't have to be announced and all those things. And that's the kind of a way you should behave as a young man coming up. Now, you don't have to, man, because the very position Carrasco 6 years after that, he out of government. Today, I think some of them, even if they don't want to return a call, they will say, yeah, when he was around the presidency, with the power of the presidency, he related to us. He did this and he did that, other thing. I think it's one of the reasons why he getting some good feedback from Myean County, from the young people, because he didn't forget them when he's there. Imagine he's all of power, and there's a semblance of electability and likability towards him from the Myeans in that part of the area. So it's part of the thing, Raul, I will say this to you. I mean, even there's a song, I know there's no song in Nigeria song, they say, we here for some time, other things. So when we live the life that I will eat our rabbi tomorrow, we'll do things that next day will do. And that's how friendship should be. You don't have to give him all you have, but at least the way we associate, the way we affiliate, and the connectivity and other things. But some guys, when they get connected, even to take the call. I mean, it doesn't harm you taking somebody's call. If the person want to put yourself one day you don't have it, tell them you don't have it. But we are not mere beggars. I can tell people, not mere beggars, but we are comrades that try to interact with each other and we move on. So it's just quite unfortunate that those kind of things will be happening in the country. But again, the country will move on. Very soon, we'll come again in December. Next year, 2029 will be there. And trust me, when elections start getting serious now, the country at that stage now, at that stage now, I go for everybody now. More or less, we that will be coming, and we that are always already out of government, and we comfortable. When we go back home, we'll see us live good. They will see us, we'll not walk, we'll drive cars that may even be better than the car government gave them. They will come in home, they will see us living home that, okay, we will be drinking our tea in our yard, they will see us, they not me, then that's the opening out to things. And that's the kind of line. And they will have to be mindful. That's not the one. Oh, come here, the election. What do you think going to happen? Because nobody knows what's going to happen again.
Neo Progressive, how you think the election going?
Yeah, I do, man. Oh, Neo Pro.
Look, I have to come back to respond to this young man. Tell us, say we gone. Gone where?
Who man? Who young man?
Gone where?
Who young man?
Gone where? We are never so. Nicky, man, you listen to me.
Tomalin, I know you can't go, but I have a statement you made today that I want to jack me, my man.
No.
People are fighting every day. You hear people fighting, they got about I will be government spokesman. I used to be government spokesman. Even in an example.
He told you were going home. Not I can.
Thank you for coming back.
You gotta be objective. You gotta be
So, Jerome, when you say no, be a judge, you don't have to be spokesman.
No, I was sounding like a government. I was sounding like a government today. I was sounding like because
nothing in our country to be a judge, but they put mess up.
Why I've come to notice. No, me just know where before I leave. Go leave here. You see politics. So politics is very deceptive. It's a look. The thing you say in the public, in the eye, when the camera on you, it's different. That's why it's important in politics to always interact in person. Because when you're interacting in person, you hear a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
You hear the person will say inconvenient. I tell you inconvenient now. But yeah, anywhere. I mean, you say to somebody. I only want to know. I'm telling you now. Only you I don't know. You tell you what happened, right? That's what this. So for you, oh yes. So politics is deceptive. So tell you say, man, you're not gonna happy. The president said this one. The president said they won. They telling you say only a one no, but mind you, 10% know already. But it's deceptive. So what the president say on camera is different when nobody around. Especially when politicians when they're drinking liquor, everybody around. They can say no. One thing I noticed, right? I've learned this thing. When I run politicians, I'm very careful measuring my alcohol intake. Very measured because I live because I hear more. They will talk. They will say, look, and they will start vomiting. Vomiting, you say, oh, really? Okay. You hear every story. So be smart. When you go home now or you go to your hotel, you can sit down, relax, and then you can enjoy yourself. But when you're a politician, this thing move. They will say something that you expect them to say in the public. You know? So gotta be mindful. Liberia election are coming. I'll repeat again. I'll say it again. For the next 3 years, there will be a lot of cross carpeting. People will cross carpet. There will be a lot of maneuvering. People will be they want to see this big man. They tell me they say you support the president now with the rest of the investigating will put an answer. He said, "Oh, for sure, I surrender." It's that one you see, so you get it that way.
The man said, when anything, boy, gotta tell me I would do
it. You see, they will do. Any guys they are very crafty. Look, for the guys to give power all, they know what they have done, what they're doing, right? They will not easily give it. That's why they tell me it's important, and they tell me when they win if CG support, I tell you. Other than that, forget it. So my people.
And that's like I say, you like CDC or not, they got a third, 33%.
And again, Robert said the former president should not talk. No, he authority, but Robert, when he said today's flag day, he will say I spent a flag day in bombing. I will address already there. Today Revolution Day, I spent in Revolution. I mean, how you do it?
Yeah.
Well, I agree with that kind of. I agree with those kind of engagement. I agree with those kind of engagement. I agree with that. I'm talking about speaking
if you're not going to the national program, at least be in a part of the.
I agree with that.
And one thing I said today, right? It's true. The guy wanted that chat room they call boxing room and structure. I told him, I said, you're in the chat room, you've been for the last 20 years, you're governing the country. The country is still the same. All you're doing in the chat room, 14 issues of citizen, and you be 14 shut up. You'll come up, you'll start saying it. The way I said today, you cannot be saying now, and I can tell you, it's something like these guys like we talk about, they come up on platform, people will say, oh, but they just sit down, you know what the time of election they come up, when they win election, go to divide a job. No. For CDC, I give credit to Sylvester Pewee and Sarah Dobo. And two female for CDC, I see that really showing that
Sarah Dobo, to be French, she needs a trophy. Citizen need to honor her.
Sarah is a one woman army.
The party get person to the boom.
Sarah's informed, right? She don't
get paid to them.
To be honest, I don't know.
You don't joke. She don't go on
that girl is very strong. Mama, look, you get Sarah 10%. I mean, at this moment now,
yes,
I'm talking about regular face of CDC people like Akaras, myself. I'm talking about put out people who, you know, the professional people don't know them to be. You get 10 or 20 of them that engage in Facebook. They can change the whole narrative because she doesn't joke.
She don't joke.
She's very consistent.
All the other one who are doing the Gucci, you can't see them now. They lost.
So who are those that are doing the Gucci?
Oh, Mama, don't ask me that kind of question.
Oh, guys. That's not always asking question. Don't let Sylvester trouble you.
Who are the Gucci bed and they red passport, they red. You know, you are vibes here when you said I want to know who are those that are doing the Gucci.
Listen, power. This is why they say power. The book, the power elites. It's not only about getting to the top, but how do you stay at the top? It's a craft.
That's the point.
It's a science. So when you look at, when I go to Liberia and look at these guys, we have several meetings, and I'm looking at these folks and look at these people don't know what to do with power. They don't know what to do. You think how the Ellen Johnsons of the world been around forever. Okay? Maintaining power. It's an art, but there's a science attached to it.
Yeah, read Machiavelli, the Book of Prince. He said, "How can the prince maintain his running?"
Listen, I got a copy here. When Ronald Reagan got elected, the first thing that Jim Baker and he got there was took him to school and said, "You know what? You have to read the Prince." And they read it to him.
That's my book. When I read political science,
and Jim Baker told him, said, "Listen, the people will die for those they love, that he, the leader that they fear. Don't be a leader that the people fear. Be a leader that the people will go to bat for you during your absence."
But he also said there's a time that the people should fear the leader.
You have to. You have to. What Roosevelt said, you got to speak softly but carry a big stick. If you need to use it, you use it. Okay? So this is what we are talking about. Power. Do you know how to handle power? Do you know how to use power? Do you know when to relent? Do you know when to grasp? Do you know when to release, and do you know when to hold? And they say the best of the power hold it to the chest.
Yeah, and
but that's why the likes of Ben Sanvee and others. You see, people don't understand. And again, I always like to give this disclaimer before I speak on Charles Tiller, but I think Charles Tiller was that guy. There's something that tells me that as notorious as he was, he had a strength, right? And had he been under different circumstances, that strength would have been expanded even more in his presidency. All right, but when we talk about militancy and this whole revolutionary and radical changes, I look at Charles Tiller. Even under the circumstances he had, he was still able to congregate some really great people in his government that really helped him during those periods. And I always mention Money Captain when it comes to the characteristics and the qualification, the requisite of a foreign minister. That man had that thing. I still watch his interviews today. I still watch, and you could see him going back and forth with some of the top news anchors, CNN, Larry, what's his name? Larry King. I mean, some of those guys from the United Nations, and when they threw these questions at him, how do you support a dictator like Charles Tiller? He would say, no. Then you don't understand what sovereignty means. You don't understand what patriotism means, because I am a Liberian citizen. I'm here protecting and representing my country, and not necessarily the president. I mean, he understood the international language. You see people like Ben Sanvee. Say what you want about Ben Sanvee. The men are in government, but he's meeting presidents, heads of states, while the bugger there in Liberia who are ministers and assistant ministers can better make the connection outside of Liberia. Politics is about strategy. Politics is about strategy. Politics is about connection. It's not just connection, but how you leverage your connection to the ultimate benefit of not just you, but the country and those you represent. And for a very long time, we have not been able to do that. We looked at people who speak against the government, who who are constructive as enemy of the state. That's how we look at people, and it shouldn't be looked at that way. But we have a long way to go, man. We have a very long way to go.
Mr. Pewee, there was a big Liberian, real big wig that came to visit me, and I took him to the University of Florida, and we were able to have the Chamber of Commerce and 14 CEOs to show up. My job was to set the table, you come in and sell. Let these people go to Liberia, invest. And it was embarrassing. So I'm saying this to say, the ABC reporter came to him in Gainesville and says, "Sir, the election is within 2 months. You are running. What is your prospect?" The guy looked this reporter in the face and says, "It's no competition. I will win." After that interview, the lady came to me and said, "Is Liberia a dictatorship? Is a military?" I said, "No, it's democracy." And she says, "Out of my political recording, I have never seen any politician say that. They have always taken the opposition seriously. Even you're going to win. And guess what? That politician left here 2 months later, the lady came to interview me. And I said, he lost."
Who was that?
I won't tell you. I won't tell you. But I will tell you privately, though.
Okay.
And I'm telling you, and the lady just burst and laughed, said, that was political naivety.
Give me, I hope this is not the same story. I hope this is not the same story that will end up with the third lane that Tomalin talking about, because maybe they're going to introduce the third lane 1 year before the election, and they are optimistic that they're going to win.
You never know. But I would give them free advice.
But yeah, in other words, man, Uncle Trump is second say any election he will win. He don't win it, I mean he was cheated. So all the time he said he always winning. And
yeah, but if I put a camera before you for international audience, and we would never say that.
What?
That you got it in the bag.
No, listen. So again, these are obviously you always see politicians who always want to will push to say, "Hey, we're going to win these elections based on the job we've done, right? We're going to win these elections." But again, due to some scientific applications to electionary activities across the globe, by that. People will track the pools. Most of those analyses that will be given is on the basis of those that sometimes people will say, okay, the race is stacked here, it's going this way, it's going that way, it's going to be closely contested, and the rest of that. But back home, we always see the line that we will project ourselves the winner in a lot of other cases. And then I think we have to stick to that, to believe that the basis of you winning is one of the bases that unfolded in the country to the extent today. Many cities, and we sympathize with the CDC surrogates that supported, even from the beginning, with the day we had got elected as president, inaugurated as president, January 18, 2018 of January rather, in 2018. The next day, the whole thing started, 12-year loaning. So it's just a kind of a way we go about doing things, but it does not necessarily apply to the realistic when the real time came. And again, and that's what I would say we were up to, and I like that portion, though I disagree with something of the national orator recently, but I like the portion he sent. Most of the part of the speech I agree, and one of the part there was that when he said second term is not casting stone.
There you go.
Right? So it's not. So it will have to be on the basis of your performance, and that evaluation will be done by the people of Liberia. And it's one of the reasons why I'm calling now on the former president to be a little proactive in engaging the people and talking about the politics and the bread and butter issue. Now, the kitchen table issue is a very critical thing. Now that even the president admitted that there's hardship in the country. Times so hard. I think it's about time that we played it some of Taylor Fry against. He said, I know where that song coming from, but
yeah, but
that, you know, so,
King George.
So we have to move and do those things. Times hard.
In public policy or even public speaking, they say know your audience, right?
Yes.
You are out of Liberia. You're on the international scene, and you want to speak the way you speak in Liberia. That's terrible. They say know your audience. Even they tell you don't tell jokes, because jokes does not transcend culture. The things that may be funny in Bassa may not be funny in Lofa. Don't tell jokes. So for you to come on an international where you got 14, we have Budweiser, we have Coca-Cola, we have Pepsi, we had Warner Bread, we have all the big names. And I thought we were coming to entice some of these folks to go to Liberia and come and visit and all that. But, you know, it looks like they were not prepared for what they were coming, even though I sent them the talking point and they came. And then to go on TV and say something like that, you know, when the lady came back to me after the elections, and she said that was political naivety. She said the president is very naive, that you can never underestimate your opposition, no matter how low they are, because in politics anything can happen. And I said, well, you know, some of these folks in Liberia have been in politics all their lives, but every time you talk to them, their posture, their speech, it looks like they're nothing. Thank you very much, guys. Listen, let's do this tomorrow.
We got to discuss this week. There we go. We're under pressure. People want to discuss. I want everybody to go do their own investigation. The Liberian, the traffic management deal. That's
okay.
I mean, we should do our own in-depth investigation. We can't discuss it because
and you put it in the chat room already.
Yeah, because so far right now I see it as a scandal. I know we're butthead. There's a scandal already. The Ministry of Transport should be doing their statutory responsibility of providing driver license plate and so forth. But to give it to a different foreign company to do it, I don't think it's right. I don't think it's fair to Liberian people. And the president, the legislature should put a pause on it, and we should do everything to investigate. If we investigate and we find out that it is in the interest of the Liberian people, we support it. But if not, we should be focused on it.
Mr. George, to give my private information to a foreign company, I don't care how much they pay. It's not right. I don't care how much.
And let me say this: but the CDC officials that were involved in this deal, y'all please be willing to come forward to come and explain to the people. If you guys don't come forward, wherever we start coming after you guys, don't start calling on the side, because we give you an opportunity to come and make your side clear. Defend your record, defend your deed. If you're part of this deed, come and defend it. If not, we'll talk about it. Because right now the two parties didn't want to play with a deed. See, right now they're fighting, but the surrogates are fighting for them. So
they could not hire a local chef for a small 53rd. That millions of dollar contract you always started for giving to foreign.
I saw Papi dancing. Yeah,
but right now they're not going home. They're not going to their home tonight. The garage, the parking lot is full. They got plenty of liquor to drink tonight. Tomorrow.
Man, they're not going because they gotta pray. They gotta pray.
Time for the day. Go pray.
Yeah. Guys, let's do this tomorrow. Yeah, but Tomalin, when do you want? You want us to do it tomorrow or Wednesday?
Maybe Friday because one.
Tomorrow is Wednesday.
On Wednesday.
Friday.
Friday, I'll be going to Houston for my friend's wife funeral.
Okay, so let's do it. You want to do it Monday, Tuesday, next week?
Yeah, let's see.
Give us enough time.
Yeah, let's get time. Let's dig deeper. My man Gimman said he's digging deeper.
That's right. We gotta dig. Yeah, it's a big thing. Listen, those two contracts, the Zoom Lion and
the traffic management deal
and the transport one, even as bad as the Zoom Lion is,
they want work, man.
That one worse because my man, they gave you all your private information to some of your passport number, all that stuff. Because I mean, it's serious.
Well, found out what happened there.
It's serious to have our information. Okay, guys, thank you very much. Let's do this again tomorrow.
Okay.